Welcome to the first ever Explore Healthcare Oklahoma Career Expo. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Grace Greenawalt, and I'll be your host for this exciting event. We're thrilled to bring together a coalition of partners, including the Oklahoma Hospital Association, Oklahoma CareerTech, Oklahoma HOSA Future Health Professionals, Youth Medical Mentorship, the Oklahoma Center for Nursing, and the Oklahoma Healthcare Workforce Training Commission, and hospitals across Oklahoma, to introduce you to a wide range of in-demand careers in healthcare. We also want to extend our sincere thanks to the educators and school administrators who made this event possible. Your support is invaluable in helping students explore their future career paths. Students, this event is all about you. Throughout the expo, you'll have the chance to interact directly with healthcare professionals, ask questions about their roles, learn what education and training are required, and get a glimpse into a typical day in their field. We encourage you to use the Q&A feature on Zoom to engage with your presenters. Your curiosity is the key to making the most of this experience. Let's get started and explore the possibilities together. What makes great healthcare possible? People like you. The Oklahoma Hospital Association is on a mission to recruit and support the next generation of healthcare professionals. Rich Rasmussen, their president and CEO, is here to inspire you to consider a career that truly makes a difference.
I'm Rich Rasmussen, president and CEO of the Oklahoma Hospital Association, and I want to welcome you to Oklahoma's Virtual Career Expo. We're glad to have you joining us. Now, while you're logged in, take a moment. Take a moment right now to close your eyes and picture this. You walk into a hospital, the halls are full of energy. Some people are in pain and others are holding on to brand new babies. But all around you are people with one mission: to heal and to serve. Every single person in that building has a role to play. And here's the amazing part: there's a place for you too. If you've ever thought or dreamed about being a doctor or a nurse, hospitals are waiting for you. But maybe your gift is in technology, imaging, robotics, or information services. Hospitals can't function without those skills. Or maybe you're the kind of person who listens, who supports others when they're struggling. Social workers, therapists, and counselors bring hope to families during some of the most toughest times in their lives. And here's something else that most people don't realize. Hospitals also need leaders, organizers, and problem solvers. Finance teams and administrators and project managers, they keep the lights on and the care flowing. So whatever your talent is, there's a role that's fit just for you. Hospitals are like small cities, and they thrive on every single skill set. So let me share with you a story. A high school student, just like you, volunteered at her local hospital. She thought she wanted to be a nurse, but instead, she discovered the lab. And she loved science and experiments in school. And in the lab, she realized that she could help doctors diagnose illness. Today, she's a medical technologist, and her work is changing lives every single day. Now, that's the beauty of healthcare. You don't always know exactly where your path will take you, but every step has purpose, and every step matters. So here's the truth. Healthcare is one of the fastest growing fields in our country. Jobs are secure, opportunities are everywhere, and many careers don't take a decade of school. Some begin with certifications or 2-year degrees. That means that you can start helping people and earning a good living sooner than you think. But beyond the paychecks, beyond the titles, is something more important: impact. Working in a hospital means that you'll go home every day knowing that you made a difference. You'll comfort a family, save a life, or help someone walk again. And there's nothing more meaningful than doing that. So, what about you? Where will your journey begin? In a classroom? In a volunteer program? In a part-time job at your local hospital? The opportunities are waiting. And the patients are waiting. And the future of healthcare is waiting for you. And the future just might start with you today. Today, you will learn about the possibilities that exist in the world of healthcare. So take it all in, ask lots of questions, and we're glad you're here.
Want to learn skills that lead to real careers? For over 100 years, Oklahoma CareerTech has helped students turn their passions into professions. Lara Morris, their state program manager, is here to show you how CareerTech's health science education programs can launch your future in healthcare.
Welcome to the first annual Virtual Health Career Day. We're so excited that you're here. My name is Lara Morris, and I am the Program Manager of Health Science Education at the Oklahoma Department of Career and Technology Education. I represent over 450 teachers in biomedical and health science programs across the state that teach in technology centers and comprehensive high schools. We have educational resources that have been put on the website, and we hope that you'll use those to help with career exploration for your students. Today you'll learn about HOSA Future Health Professionals, which is a student organization for anyone interested in healthcare. If you would like to join our nearly 10,000 members, all you need to do is reach out to the Oklahoma Department of CareerTech after this session. I want to thank Missouri for sharing this format with us, and I'd also like to thank the Oklahoma Hospital Association staff and the staff at the Oklahoma Department of CareerTech who've helped us put this together. Now let's have a great day.
Thinking about becoming a nurse? The Oklahoma Center for Nursing is your go-to resource for everything nursing related. Executive Director Patrice Greenawalt is here to guide you through many paths nursing can take and how to get started.
My name is Patrice Greenawalt. I'm the Executive Director for the Oklahoma Center for Nursing. The Oklahoma Center for Nursing is an organization for people considering a career in nursing, for those who are a nurse, those who educate nurses, and those entities that employ nurses. Our website, okcenterfornursing.org, is designed to be a one-stop shop for information on career pathways, career specialty areas, nursing programs and where they're located throughout our state, nursing events, career development opportunities and education, and more. We work to facilitate a pipeline of nurses in our state as we look at best practices to recruit and retain nurses, to educate and train, to help career development pathways into leadership roles, and to work on issues that impact nurses and are important to nurses in our state. Our second annual Nursing Leadership Summit is being held on October 7th, 2025, and we welcome any persons who are interested in becoming a nurse, are a nurse, nursing leaders, employers of nurses, and others to participate in our summit. Nursing is a fantastic profession for those who care for other people, who want to make a difference in the lives of others. My background in nursing goes back 44 years when I became licensed in Oklahoma. And from that time, I've had great opportunities in different areas of nursing. My clinical background is emergency and trauma nursing. I've also worked in this mental health environment and the med-surg environment, and also in policy development and regulatory areas with the Oklahoma Board of Nursing, the Oklahoma State Department of Health as an epidemiologist, as a hospital surveyor for regulatory requirements, and to set up the trauma system for the state of Oklahoma. What I've learned is each role that I've held has built upon the previous role, and now with my great opportunity to be your executive director at the Oklahoma Center for Nursing. All of those past experiences have helped me facilitate the work of the board for the Oklahoma Center for Nursing. We are very excited that you are considering a career in healthcare and potentially in nursing. It's a great opportunity, and there's a place for everyone. Thank you.
So we've got a woman that's really close to delivering her baby.
Push,
Parshey County 7938.
The rush to contain California's historic and devastating wildfires is on. Doctors, nurses, and other staff stayed to make sure patients got the care they needed.
I love you too, baby.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. I think it's about 92 miles.
amazing. Oh my gosh.
Squeeze those shoulder blades together.
My goal is to ride until we defeat cancer.
So now when he tries to speak, not only do words appear on the screen, but it sounds like him.
It feels a lot like me.
Thank you, guys. You guys are the best.
This is the last stop before we go home.
Now that you've been welcomed into today's expo, who's ready to explore healthcare? Next, you'll hear directly from the people who make it all happen: radiology technicians, therapists, nurses, and more. These are the voices from the front lines, sharing their experiences, insights, and real-world skills that bring healthcare to life. And remember, we want to hear from you. If you have questions during or after the videos, feel free to drop them into the Q&A. Our healthcare professionals are excited to answer and share even more about their journeys. So let's dive in and learn from those who live it every day.
Ever wonder what's happening inside the human body? Radiology technicians are the first to uncover the mysteries beneath the surface. From wild cases to life-saving discoveries, they help doctors see what's hidden. Let's hear from the team at Rural Wellness Fairfax and see how they make great healthcare possible.
My name's Tanya Conley, and I am the radiology supervisor of Fairfax Hospital. My typical day is to guide my technologists through exams. I make sure that they do patient care, I make sure I do scheduling, I do meetings. I make our hospital better every day. Okay. I'm just gonna better not be. I always wanted to be in the medical field. I am very good with patient care. I care about my patients, and I wanted a small section of the hospital. I did not want to be in nursing, and this is a field that allows you to help patients, help save lives, and to see really cool stuff. We are a hospital, a 25-bed, it's very small, but we do patients of size. There's a lot of lifting and moving, and some patients don't do well being lifted, in the air and move. So we have a tech that usually is with the patient at all times, unless we're scanning. The other technician is behind the computer. We work together really well. We know the entire job, so when one person's doing one job, the other person just takes over and helps out.
My name is Angela Hetherington. I work at Radiology as a tech. I'm just gonna line you up a little bit, get you real straight. What you're gonna do is roll your shoulders in. I went to school at Meridian Technology Center. I loved it. It was great. It was a great program. Hold it out. Don't breathe or move. I've worked at bigger hospitals in other parts of Oklahoma. This is where I've been for the last 4.5 years. I love it here. It's very rural, very small, but we're like a little family. We help each other, and you get to know everybody really well. We can rely on each other, and they feel that when they come. And they always make comments about how friendly we are to one another, which is a good thing to be. The other thing I've noticed with rural hospitals is because you are traveling so far, the compensation is much higher. I've worked at a big hospital, and I've also worked at a small rural hospital, and the pay was actually better at a rural hospital. We have a bariatric unit here, so we lift a lot of patients, and we have to have a lot of help for that. We have a couple of different modalities. We have x-ray here. We also have CT, CAT scans. We do ultrasound as well. Critical thinking is a very big thing. Accountability is a very big thing. You have to know kind of what to do and what your next step's going to be. Have a system. Patient care is a huge thing. You have to be good at patient care. You have to be able to talk to your patient while they're going through through pain that they've maybe never had in their lifetime. For going to a technology school and only going to school for 2 to 3 years, coming out, you make a very great salary. It's a very desirable salary, and you get full-time benefits, which is a huge thing. A lot of people haven't even had insurance before they come out of school. So the benefits of working at a place like in rural areas like this, you do make a little bit more because it's hard to get people to come because we're so far away from everywhere. But here we have such a great family structure that it's wonderful, and the benefits are your compensation is huge.
You see patients on a regular basis. It's a hometown feel. So you have to have the empathy, you have to have the caring attitude. We want somebody that's reliable because it takes me longer to get here from the town I live in. So I don't have time to run up here because you don't show up. So this is a career, this isn't your average job. We rely on people.
All right, we've got some questions in the Q&A. I think we have some people on here from some radiology technicians on to ask some questions too. If you guys are on, go ahead and turn your camera on. Hi, Tanya. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I've got a couple questions in the chat for you. So we're going to start off with, how long is school for radiology technicians?
Well, it is a total of 4 years. You do 2 years for your associates, and then you do 2 years at a radiology program.
Okay, so just like a regular bachelor's degree. I have a 4-year degree as well. So
yes.
Let's see. What is the coolest thing you've ever seen on a scan?
Well, I've seen multiple cool things, but I've never seen mechanical ribs before until I came into this career. So it was actually very cool to watch.
I didn't know that was a thing. That's so
Yes.
cool. Is there a lot of math required to become a radiology technician?
Yes, there is. You do math every day. You use KVP, MA. So you're doing it daily, but you have to really learn the math for the exam at the end. So
Okay. What were those measurements you just mentioned? I don't know that I know what those are, and I don't know if our students do either.
it is just how much radiation and how fast that radiation goes through your body to be able to create the image.
Oh, cool.
So,
Okay.
yes.
So do you need a lot of classes about the human body?
Yes. So you have to have anatomy and physiology before you enter radiology school.
Okay.
And then the entire school is about the human body. So it's 2 years of school about that.
Oh, wow. I think I'd kind of like to learn more about that. Do radiology technicians work only in hospitals or do they work other places too?
They work all over. They work in clinics. They work in orthopedics. You see them in dentist office. So there's a lot of places.
Oh, right. I guess you kind of have to know about that to do your dental x-rays, right?
Yes.
Cool. What is the difference between a radiology technician and a radiologist?
So we take the images, we perform the exams, and they read it. So they do multiple things. They do surgeries, they do fluoro and everything, but they read it, they diagnose the patient.
Okay, cool. So you basically give them the information they need to determine what's wrong.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool, cool. Do you get to work with patients directly or mostly with machines?
We do that at the same time. So you are always working with the patient as you work with the machines.
Okay, thank you. Is it scary to work with the x-rays and radiation? How do you protect yourself?
We just it's time, distance, and shielding. So you have to stand 6 feet away. You try to get as far away as you can as you x-ray, and we use lead shields to protect ourselves.
Oh, okay. You said you do more than just x-rays. Do you need other certifications to run all of the machines?
Well, in radiology school, you learn basic x-ray, and then on the job, you'll learn CT, MRI, whatever field you want to go into. And there is certifications for that. So when you go to jump to the next certification, you have to have so many exams. So you have
Okay.
to do it on the job.
Okay, thanks. Is it possible to move up from this job to something else in healthcare?
Yeah, well, there's many modalities you can move throughout radiology, and then you can be a supervisor, director, or a teacher.
Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Are there any health side effects to being a radiologist?
Well, if you get too much radiation, there is side effects, like any patient that gets too much radiation. We wear dosimeters, they're little radiation readers, on us, and they get read every month to every 3 months. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a certain amount of credits to get into school? Do you have to have a certain amount to get into school?
Well, you have to have a minimum of associate's degree. So
Okay. Can you travel or work in different states with your career?
yes, so once you have it, you can travel. Some states transfer, and some states make you take their state exam.
Okay.
There's not very many states that do not accept certifications.
Mhm.
Oklahoma is the one that you don't have to be certified.
Do you see children or do you just see adults?
No, we see children too, and that's
Okay.
where patient care comes in. You have to know the patient you're working with, so you're going to act completely different with a child because they're scared. So yes, you work
Okay.
with children.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes gotta help them calm those little nerves.
And you have to
What
shield them
is
very well. So
Oh, yeah, that too.
yes.
What is your favorite thing about being a radiology technician?
My favorite thing would probably be that I get to work with many people. It's not one person for 24 hours. I get to have a variety, and I'm not stuck doing the same thing day to day. It's always different.
Oh, yeah. I like a little change up too. Can you be pregnant while in this type of work?
Yes, we actually have dosimeters for pregnant women. So
Oh,
you wear them
cool.
on your belly,
That's
and
really cool.
yes, you just got to shield well.
All righty. With those aprons, I'm assuming those lead aprons, right?
Yes, yes.
Someone would like to know, what school did you go to, Tanya?
I went to Meridian Technology Center in Stillwater, and they actually have a program that allows you to do just 1 year of your associates and then enter the program. It's a great program.
Okay.
So it
Do
cuts
you
a
have
year.
enough? Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good.
Do you have enough time with patients to connect with them?
Yes, yes. Being a rural hospital, we actually see the patients multiple times sometimes. You get to know their names, they hug you, So you connect them. Some patients you have for 20 minutes, some patients you have for 5. So it really depends on what patient.
Okay. What is the hardest thing about being a radiology technician?
Critical thinking can be an issue sometimes, because if you
Mhm.
get a patient that is critical and they can't move their body, you really have to work outside of what they can do
Oh, yeah.
and get the image that you need.
Hmm. Do you supervise others in your role?
Yes, I do. I have 8 techs, and um, most of them work at other places too. So I just supervise what they do. I'm on call
Okay.
24/7, which is fun sometimes.
So, being on call 24/7, how many hours a week do you work?
In in the hospital, I work 40, but I am on call. So if my techs need me, I'm there.
Okay. What is one of your favorite stories about your job?
My favorite story about my job?
Yeah.
Um, I like my hospital story because it almost shut down.
Okay.
And we had a radiologist from California buy the hospital and save it. So we had workers that worked here for 4 months for free to keep this hospital open.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like everyone really came together.
Yes.
That's so nice. Is it hard to find a job as a radiology technician?
No, not if you want to work.
But we really need you radiology technicians.
Yes, yes, we do.
Have you ever treated any patients in critical or tragic conditions?
Yes. We've had some really close calls. We have saved many lives.
Mhm.
We've had I don't know how much I'm supposed to say on here. We've had some traumatic events where you couldn't tell if this person was a female or a male or how old they were, and we
Oh,
saved their life, and they come to the hospital multiple times a month now. So we get to
oh
see
wow.
that.
I bet it's good to see them back up and walking around.
Yes, yes.
How much is the pay, or what is the pay like as a radiology technician?
Um, it depends on where you are. Rural hospitals usually pay more. Um, it can be anywhere from 30 to 40. I
Okay.
can't give an exact amount, but
Yeah, that's okay. Just a range is great. What do you do when your patient is pregnant and radiation hits the baby?
the radiation shouldn't hit the baby. You should always have them double shielded.
Okay. Do you find yourself in a position to treat friends and family members?
No, I actually moved. I traveled to come here, so I don't have to ever worry about that. But that
Oh,
is just a
okay.
personal thing for me.
Okay. Do you get paid hourly or are you salaried?
I'm a supervisor, so they moved me to salary. Yes.
Okay. Nice. Let's see. Why is the US Constitution important in protecting patient rights and guiding ethical medical practice?
It is very important. We are working on getting it so we have to be certified in Oklahoma, because you have to be certified to be a hairdresser here, but you don't have to work with radiation. So it is very, very important that people step up and
That
work
is
in.
crazy. I feel like with radiation, you need more certifications than hair dye.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah. What skills do you think you utilize most? What do you think, what skills do you think someone should have to be a radiology technician?
You can learn all the exams. People can do that any day of the week, but
Hmm.
patient care, if you don't have that, it's very hard to teach.
Okay.
So you gotta like people. You gotta be able to work with people, different types of people.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. Does your pay depend on your position in the work field?
Yes, and where you're at.
Okay. So I'm assuming probably more of a leadership position would probably have a higher compensation than someone who's just starting out. Is that kind of
Absolutely, yes.
okay? Okay, great. So I kind of have one more question about the lead vest. And is the lead covering dangerous in any way?
No. If you shield correctly, it
Mhm.
protects you. So we use shielding for um, thyroid, over the belly if you're pregnant, um, over organs that, so you can get radiation on any part of your body. You can get it through your
Mhm.
eyes, you can get it through your skin, but we're trying to protect the reproductive organs. We're trying to protect the thyroid. You know, wearing lead shield is good. Yes,
Okay. Are those vests heavy?
they can be.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Oh,
we
wow.
teach our students. We have students at our hospital, and
Uh-huh.
we make them wear them a
Are
lot. Yes.
are they different weighted? Like, are different sizes weighted differently? Or are they all kind of the same?
Oh no,
Pretty standard?
we have many different sizes from
Okay.
infant to adult. So the heavy ones are the full lead vests. So
Okay. What did you do before you were in radiology?
well, I was a bus driver and while I went to school, so
Oh, wow.
yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tanya. Again, sorry about earlier, but thank you again for coming back on and answering some more of our questions. We really
No
appreciate
problem.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. Now we are going to pivot and learn more about what a radiologist does from our Fairfax team over at Avem.
A 14-year-old male, inflammatory bowel disease, period. The liver, spleen, adrenals, and kidneys are unremarkable, period. There is no ductal dilation, period. I'm David, and I'm a pediatric radiologist. So a radiologist is a physician that uses medical imaging to look inside the body and to help other doctors figure out what's wrong. So we get a request from a doctor to help figure out a problem, and we put all the images together in our head, we think about what it could be, we see the patient if we need to, and then we send the answer back. It looks like the disease activity has decreased. Everything's looking much better. Unlike a lot of fields of medicine where people are very specialized in dealing with one thing, radiologists tend to deal with a huge variety of issues and cases. So we still are sort of a generalist. To be a radiologist, it takes a long time. Like any other physician, you have to do at least 4 years of college, at least 4 years of medical school, and then 5 years of dedicated radiology training. Because radiology is changing so much, especially because of technology, you have to really be learning all the time. You have to be teaching yourself all the time. And that's probably one of the things that a lot of radiologists really enjoy. So the kind of person I think that would make a good radiologist has to really enjoy computers and technology because it's becoming more and more advanced. They have to like problem solving and trying to think a little bit outside the box because you need to have a lot of knowledge, but you need to know how to apply it. And they also have to like working with other people. You know, although we read a lot in a room by ourselves, we still interact all day with technologists, nurses, and then other physicians who have questions. So I think I really like my job because it's a little bit unpredictable and it's challenging, especially the hospital patients. You have to be on the top of your game all the time, and I like being kept on my toes.
Breathing is something we don't think about until we can't. Respiratory therapists are here to help patients breathe easier, especially in critical moments. Let's meet the team from Ascension St. John Health System in Tulsa and learn how they bring life back, one breath at a time.
Breathing is the most important. I mean, it's essential to life, and you're a part of that. You're a part of helping someone breathe.
Respiratory is a very unknown career compared to other things like nursing.
We have a major impact on somebody who's having potentially the worst day of their life.
People come to you, they can't breathe. It's your skills that mean between life and death for someone.
A good 80% of my job is handling patients who are on life support, so on a ventilator. Those really critical patients that aren't able to breathe on their own, I'm helping breathe for them.
If the patient comes in short of breath, the doctors a lot of times will look at us and kind of tell us to fix it. We'll run the blood gases here and report those to the physicians, make ventilator changes.
Also administer breathing treatments, help with airway clearance, like the BESS therapy, different types of chest physiotherapy to help patients clear secretions, manage different types of airways like endotracheal tubes, trach tubes, really a wide range of things, just all do with breathing.
And doctors and nurses come to us and they have questions and they rely on us a lot. A lot of times they will send you in there and you assess the patient and you recommend what goes on with that patient. I mean, so you're a very important part of that person's life process.
Respiratory, at least in Oklahoma, requires an associate's degree minimally to be able to be a respiratory therapist. The respiratory program itself is about 2 years, but total schooling took about 3 years. And I worked for about a year as a student until I graduated the program. And then I was able to basically right after I graduated start in the ICU, which was really nice.
Starting out, I worked under provisional licensure as a student, doing routine floor therapy care. And I went all the way from that to getting my degree, to getting my certificate, and then getting registered.
And we have a certain number of credits every couple of years that we have to complete. So we're always learning new things, new types of equipment.
I did get my adult critical care specialist test out of the way. And when I did that, they did reimburse me for the test. And also that came with the pay increase.
Ascension St. John does a lot within the community. I'm a part of the community, so that is everything. The benefit of seeing people go home and live a happy, normal life.
What I like the most about working here is our autonomy as respiratory therapists. So we have a lot to say in how the ventilator is managed, what type of therapy is appropriate for the patient. We are very, very involved.
I would say my absolute favorite thing about my job is when a baby who's been in our NICU for 100 days is discharged and going home on no support.
There are a lot of sad situations, unfortunately, that I do deal with, but being able to be there for families during those hard times is very rewarding.
When someone needs to be pulled off of a ventilator or, put on comfort measures, or people say pulling the plug on a patient, we're the ones who do that. We're the only ones in this hospital that will take somebody off life support. That's something that's not lost on us, the responsibility of being the ones doing that. And in a weird way, it's a privilege to be the ones in the room with the families that are grieving.
You have to be a psychologist or a sociologist at times. It's very rewarding. This is part of healing the community.
Patience is important. Being able to multitask and prioritize where you're needed most, because you're going to be pulled in a lot of different directions.
There's times where you have to make decisions pretty quick and you have seconds to make them. So critical thinking skills, a must.
When I was still trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up, I really just wanted to do something where I was helping people. I finally found respiratory and finally found that's how I wanted to help people.
It's almost a skill to learn how to behave in those situations and be there for someone in the best way.
The patient relies on your cue. If you go in a panic, they're going to be panicked. So as a respiratory therapist, you've seen this before. And you know that they're scared and they're looking to you for help. So you do the best you can to provide that.
Also knowing when to call for help is very important.
It's very rewarding financially and emotionally. Tulsa is pretty much a small city, and you see people in stores or around town and, hey, I remember you helped me get through this tough situation.
My goal in the future for myself, I could see myself in management later on down the line. I think I would like to do some sort of teaching.
This job is going to change you in ways that you didn't really expect. You're going to have very good days and very bad days, but in the end, you're going to make a difference.
All right, just a quick housekeeping for everybody watching. If you do have a question, please put it in the Q&A instead of in the chat. That'll help us kind of keep things nice and tidy on our end. But we've got some respiratory therapists from Ascension St. John with us to answer some questions. Hi, everyone. Can you hear us okay? It looks like you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear us?
Ah, there you are. Yeah, we can hear you now. Thanks for joining us, guys. We've got a few questions for you. So our first one, we heard you say run blood cases. What does that mean? Do you guys draw blood?
Yes, we do. So blood tells us a lot about the patient. If they're breathing deep enough and fast enough, sometimes you can build up what you call CO2 inside the lungs. And the blood guys will tell us if that CO2 is really high or not.
Oh, so you're just taking measurements of what gases are in the blood, like oxygen and carbon dioxide?
Right, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't even know you could do that. That's pretty cool. Let's see. What was it like working as a student before becoming a respiratory therapist? How did you apply for a student job?
So I applied for the student job after about a year of schooling. I did clinical rotations at this hospital and I really enjoyed it, so that's how I picked this location. I was asked some basic questions about respiratory therapy. Apparently I answered them right, so I got the job. And then I worked for about a year-ish before I graduated. So I was able to graduate with a year of experience, which was really cool. And then, like I said in the interview, I basically started in the ICU right after graduating, which kind of excelled my career, which was nice.
Oh, cool.
I want to add,
Go ahead.
the thing about Ascension here is sometimes if you're not sure of what you want, I mean, we here will let you shadow us, go around and see if it's something you're interested in as a student.
Ooh, that would be cool to shadow. So is it typical to get a job right out of school?
Yeah, you have a great opportunity here at Ascension or at any hospital, honestly. If you go into the healthcare field, you're going to form those relationships going into clinicals, and you're going to be able to kind of figure out where you want to work. So there are ample opportunities.
All right. Do respiratory therapists do clinicals or rotations like nurses and doctors? I think you guys just kind of touched on that.
Yeah, I think I calculated it at the end of my schooling. It was almost 800 to 900 hours. So it's almost like a full-time job while you're in school. And then I worked while I was in school. So I was eat, sleeping, and breathing, no pun intended, respiratory therapy for like 2 years.
Oh gosh. Do you do different positions within one location or do you go to multiple locations for your clinical rotations?
Multiple locations, so that way you can get an idea of how different places, different facilities run. Also, the majority of the clinicals were in adult ICU, but we also did rotations in pediatric ICU, neonatal ICU, and just other areas of the hospital.
Okay. How long do you get training at the hospital before you're on your own as a respiratory therapist?
It's going to be a couple of months for sure, training with somebody else. We try to make sure that everybody's set up for success so they feel comfortable wherever they go. They feel like they have other staff that they can rely on as kind of a mentor until they have a good grounding under them to go and practice.
Yeah, just kind of learning the lay of the land, getting to know the organization, the people they work with before sending them out, right? What does a typical day look like for a respiratory therapist?
So generally, we'll come in, we'll take report from the offgoing RT. They'll tell us, anything that's, significant going on with each patient. We'll do a walkthrough we do bedside report here. So if we're in the ICU, we'll go each bed space. We'll get a detailed report on each patient, any blood gas results, what kind of ventilator settings they're on, generally like how the patient's doing clinically. And then we'll kind of, generally I think we probably all start the day the same way. We'll go into the computer, maybe look at x-rays and things of that nature, just kind of develop a plan to manage the unit for that day, for the assignment. And then we'll begin, we'll pull our medications that we need for the day, like albuterol and inhalation therapies that we do. And then we'll begin our morning rounds. What that is basically, checking each ventilator, each patient, listening to breath sounds, performing any treatments or therapies that are ordered, and then of course there's the charting aspect of it, and also rounding with the medical team and offering input and answering any questions they might have, and maybe recommending therapies. And then we'll just kind of, if we get admissions, a new admission, we'll have to set up a ventilator for that, and secure the endotracheal tube, things of that nature. And then we do, depending on where you work, generally we'll do a few of those like rounds every day, and depending on your treatment regimen, it's going to determine how your schedule goes for as far as your breathing treatments and things of that nature.
Okay, so do you have multiple patients? You have multiple patients, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we have like an ICU assignment, we'll have up to, like 4 or 5 ventilators, in addition to some other patients that we go and do treatments on. The assignments vary from day to day. It's kind of just what those patients are needing throughout the hospital.
Okay. So
The more
in order to
critical
be,
the patients are, the more critical the patients are, the less amount of them you'll have. So if you have a lot of less critical patients, you'll have more. And then if you have a lot of patients on life support, you'll have less of them. Because when you work in the ICU, a lot of times you do have to put out fires, so to speak. You can have a patient that needs to have emergent bedside procedures done, a patient go into cardiac arrest, so you need to be able to be there and be available for an emergency.
okay. Sounds like a big team effort.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you need certain qualifications or certifications to work in an emergency room, ICU, or neonatal intensive care unit as a respiratory therapist?
Yeah, after you have done the initial training, we typically have more specialized training that goes into being in an ICU, especially the NICU, where it's a very specific patient population. There will be additional training, so everyone feels comfortable going in there and taking care of those patients. Kind of the same thing with the ICUs and the emergency room. Those are a totally different set of patients, so they do require a different skill set and kind of a different mindset as to how you treat those patients. So there is some additional training, but it's one of those things that you kind of learn as you go, and you just support one another and you get that training done.
So it is a training, but it's also more experience-based, getting some of those skills too.
Yeah, experience is everything.
Yeah.
School gives you a good foundation, and then you really start to learn, that much more once you get out in the real world.
Yeah. That experience is so good in the real world. Is there a club or association that respiratory therapists can be a part of?
Yeah, there's the NBRC, which is the National Board for Respiratory Care. They have lots and lots of outlets that give out information, continuing education, just a wealth of information that we can all join. There's also the AARC. It's kind of the same. You have lots of ability and outlets to get more information and connect or learn about specific topics.
Now, it kind of sounds like you guys can have kind of a hard job sometimes. How do you handle those sad days?
So there will be sad days. So typically it's communication. We have what you call a debriefing. So if you're having a rough time, you can always go see your supervisor or talk to other therapists, and you huddle and you work out what kind of issues you're going through. If you're sad, you talk it out. But yes, it's called debriefing.
We also have like coping mechanisms that everybody builds up over time. I've got hobbies outside of work. I know that Bill's got hobbies. Lily has a dog that she is constantly cleaning up torn up pillows with. Like there's lots of things. So
Lots of coffee too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, coffee is a good one.
But I think most importantly is just keeping your patients first, and that's what gets me up every day, and that's why I've been putting on scrubs for 20 years now. That's what gets me through the hard days, is knowing why, remembering why I'm doing this, and
it's great to make a difference in somebody's life.
Yeah, I can see how that would be really rewarding, making that big difference. Let's see. Ooh, a couple more questions, then we're gonna go on to our next people. What are the pay ranges like in your facility?
Well, I mean, like we start off with our student rates. I mean, we have an entry rate. It starts off like $21, and then we can go up from there based on years of experience. So it's just one of those things. The more time you put in, the more you're going to get paid. After your credential, that's another pay increase based off of a student rate too. So
I can say it's a very rewarding career.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be.
There's always opportunity for like overtime or PRN work, another facility, or especially during COVID and things like that, where sometimes it's incentive pay and things of that nature. So.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. Before we sign off, is there anything you'd like our students to know?
Go into respiratory is great.
Yeah, I mean, healthcare in general is just in dire need of able-bodied persons. So
people get sick every day and they need care.
We could always use more help. So.
And RT is very unknown to a lot of people. I didn't really know a lot about it until I started going to school, really. It's a great field for people if they know that they want to help people, but they don't necessarily want to be a nurse and they want to specialize in one area of the body specifically. That's why I went into it personally. So if you like a really honed-in type of career, this would be a good one for you.
And I want to add that you do make a difference. I mean, there's so many patients that tell you that you make a difference in their life. So it's very rewarding in that way.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Being a respiratory therapist is more than just helping people breathe easier. It's about giving them the breath to live fuller lives. It's a career that blends compassion and critical care. It's absolutely vital. Now let's shift gears and learn from an advanced practice registered nurse who took their passion for healing into the world of pulmonology.
I'm Malia Bloyd. I'm a nurse practitioner in pulmonology. I knew from high school that I wanted to go in the medical field, and when I started looking for nursing schools, I decided to go ahead and shadow a nurse practitioner, and I really enjoyed it. Whenever you're working with patients, it's really important that you have trust and teamwork, because if they don't trust you and there's no teamwork, then nothing gets better and the patient doesn't get the help they need. Having patients that come in and they're like, I feel so much better now that I've switched this and done this, and all these different changes in my life have made my life better, and I can enjoy more time with my kids and participate in more activities than I could now that I've made all these changes medically and lifestyle changes in general. We're really good at all working together and bouncing off of each other ideas and different things to help people with more difficult cases, because sometimes we have patients that we've tried all the mainstream typical things and none of them are helping, and so we kind of work with them, work with the other physicians to come up with ideas. I like to travel with my husband and my kid. He's one, so he's really into everything and he thinks everything is fun, so it's kind of a fun opportunity. We go to the lake and wakeboard a lot, swimming. It's just kind of our spare time activities.
Imagine helping someone walk again or relearn how to button a shirt. That's what occupational and physical therapists do every day. At St. Mary's Regional Medical Center in Enid, these professionals help patients regain strength and independence. Let's find out how they help people move forward, literally.
My name is Kristen Damry, and I'm a physical therapist, and I work at St. Mary's Center for Rehab in Enid, Oklahoma. Well, I'm going to go way back. When I was young, I had a friend who got hurt, and in the summertime, I went to physical therapy with her, and that kind of drove me to want to become a physical therapist. So I went to my undergrad at Oklahoma State University, and then I went to grad school at OU Health Sciences Center. And that was a 3-year program to get a master's at the time. Currently, it's a doctorate. Our profession has really done great in progressing our education, and so it's a clinical doctorate when you graduate. I actually specialize in pelvic health, and so I work with a lot of women who have just had babies, and I think my favorite part of that, honestly, is kind of getting to do life with them. You know, they've just had a big life event and trying to restore their bodies back to being able to do, let's say, a workout, or they love running, or just being able to take care of their kids without having any type of symptom or pain. That's my favorite part, and getting to know their families, because often they bring their kids in with them. Now, that's not the same with every avenue of physical therapy, but there are so many areas that you can go into and specialize in, and that's why physical therapy is so cool, because there are many areas to go. You can be in a hospital, you can be in a clinic, you can be an outpatient, you can be in a nursing home. And if you're at one for a while and maybe your desires change, you can always switch to another one. It's wonderful, especially when we have patients come in and say they've been able to do something that they haven't been able to do for a long time, or let's say they were in an accident. It's been a long time since they were able to do whatever activity that they desire, and it really is a profession where you get to help people reach those goals, which is one of the things that's most satisfying about being a physical therapist, is finding what somebody wants to accomplish and being able to kind of hold their hand getting to that end goal, and then obviously them being independent at it in the end. So you have to be a confident person. You're one-on-one often with patients. You have to know what you're doing and the decisions you're making, because they're impacting a human being. Obviously, you need to be compassionate. We're with people a whole lot, and most of the time they've had some sort of physical setback. And when people are at their most, let's say, desperate and vulnerable time, that's when we're there. And so the ability to kind of feel what they're feeling and encourage them through it is definitely something that a physical therapist needs to be able to do. I definitely recommend seeing if you can shadow a physical therapist. Go into a clinic, go into a hospital. There's avenues for that in most places. Shadow them, see that you really actually like what they're doing, and then after that, you need to know when you go into undergrad what studies to do, what courses to take that would make it to where your likelihood of being accepted to physical therapy school is higher. Also, just service hours, being a good human, doing volunteer hours, and those sorts of things look really good when you're applying to a graduate studies program.
My name is Holly. I'm a speech language pathologist here at St. Mary's Hospital. So what made me want to go into this field is I've had some past family members who have had strokes, have gone into the hospital and have had to have, therapy done on like their language skills, their swallowing skills, and as a young age I found that really fascinating and interesting. So ever since I was young, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I had a passion behind it, wanting to help other people and just seeing the benefit behind it. So I went to school. I had to go and get my bachelor's degree in either communication disorders or in speech language pathology. It just depends what school, what they call it. And then after that, I had to go on and get my master's in speech language pathology. After that, some people do go on to pursue a doctorate, but it's not something that you have to have. That's just more for research, or if you want to be a teacher, leadership roles, things like that. I would say for my field specifically, having like a passion behind like language and science is going to be really beneficial, because that's something that we're dealing with all day long, every day. But really just, you know, having that motivation to want to be around people and communicate with other people. You know, I would say working in a hospital and on a rehab unit in the hospital, it's all about being a team player and having that kind of interdisciplinary team role. It's not just you and that patient, it's kind of the whole team. So, you know, we're working with the physicians, we're working with other therapists like the physical therapists, the occupational therapists, respiratory therapy, dietitians, the nurses. I mean, we're constantly all communicating to try and make our treatment and our care for each patient individualized and what's best for them. I love what I do when you get to see the progress that patients make, and you know, you have a person that comes in after a stroke, can't say a word, and you know, they are able to leave and communicate with their loved ones again. Might just be a little bit of communication, but you know, just to see that is very rewarding. Same thing if you have a patient come in after a stroke and they can't swallow and you have to put them on thickened liquids, and to see them be able to leave the unit on thin liquids and a regular diet consistency again is probably one of the most rewarding things for me. You know, getting to see the things that are so frustrating when they first come in and see us. They're so frustrated, they're, you know, angry a lot of the times, and to see the progress that they made and they can actually see that, it's just a really good feeling that, you know, we were there to help them in those moments.
My name is Pam Grants. I'm an occupational therapist and I work at St. Mary's Regional Medical Center in Enid, Oklahoma. So an occupational therapist is a therapist that works with people to regain their sense of purpose in their function in life. We use functional, meaningful tasks to help people to regain their prior level of activity or their maximal level of activity in anything that they want to do in self-care, work, leisure, school. So my motivation was the regaining functional tasks to help people live their best life. I was really in awe by a lot of the fine motor skills that occupational therapists do to be able to help people get back to work and to be able to function better. It was actually a movie that prompted me to seek occupational therapy as a field. So in my career, I've kind of drove down a lot of different paths in therapy and had experience in working in the hospital, working in home health. I've tried and worked in schools, and I finally found my niche in therapy that I work a lot with people that have vertigo and vestibular and that are dizzy. And that's been a really satisfying niche for me. I've really loved exploring and going to the new continuing education courses and really learning more myself so I can have all the knowledge that I need to be able to really serve my patients better. And it's been a really enjoyable and interesting journey. So an occupational therapist gives you a lot of freedom to be very creative in the interventions and the treatments that you choose for your patient, because one of the things about occupational therapy is that we want our treatments to be valued by the patient. And so I get to choose an activity that's going to have an end result that I want, but yet that can happen through an activity that's going to be meaningful to that person, and lots of different ways to go about to get to the end goal. And so I think in occupational therapy, that's one of our really fun things that we get to do. We can have a functional task that we're working on, whether that be we're working with fingers and fine motor, so it not be just a specific task. It may be that we're working on sewing, or we're working on something to get somebody back to being able to play the piano. And so there's lots of simulations that we come up with, and just unlimited amount of things that you can do in therapy to get somebody back where they want to be. I have a gentleman I was working with. We were working on balance, and he's a pastor. And so his goal was that he would be able to walk up and down the steps to the altar in front of the church holding items for communion. And so that was something that we worked on a lot. We came up with a tray, something that would very much simulate the weight and the size that he's holding. We created a couple of steps, and so that was one of the things that we just really worked on that was very similar to what he would be doing, short of going out to the church to working with him on that. But instead of just working on stepping at a
1 minute
at a regular stair step or something like that. So a lot of people hear occupational therapy and they say, well, I don't think I really need that. I already have a job. And so the term occupation really means whatever task is a part of your life that creates the meaning in your life. So your occupation as a child is, you're going to school. So those occupational tasks of recreation can be that, you like to play ball, you like to play the piano, you like to run, you like to hike. If you're a homemaker, your occupation then is working on being able to do things around the house, to cook, to clean. And so all of those different aspects of somebody's life are what we look at to get them back to being the whole person.
All right, I believe we have got some occupational physical therapists on today. Hi, Maureen, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a few questions that we've got from our viewers. Why was education changed from a master's degree to a doctorate?
I think the therapist as a whole felt like that they needed to advance their careers and advance the education so that you could incorporate more fine-tuned classes that would pertain to specific diagnosis. For instance, like they now get a lot of more education on lymphedema, dry needling, pelvic floor. Those types of things make a huge difference in the therapist coming out into the community and working, and they felt like the profession needed to make those changes.
Right, so is a doctorate 2 more years, 3 more years, 4 more years?
It's actually, so it's a clinical doctorate in physical therapy or occupational therapy. And so you complete your basics, which is your bachelor's degree in like kinesiology. Typically like 60-some% do kinesiology. And then it's 3 more years on top of that.
Okay. I heard you say dry needling. What is that?
So everybody's very familiar with acupuncture. Dry needling is along those same lines, except as they describe it to me, I don't personally do it, but it's a very fine needle that they insert in an area. Say you have like a very, you've got a knot up here in your shoulders from stress, and they can go in there and they can put the dry needling in, they needle that area, and then they slowly turn those, and it just attaches to that muscle. And then whenever they release it and they pull it out, that muscle bed just lays flat, and then you get the relief.
Oh man, I need that for my shoulder blades.
It sounds It sounds very scary, but I will tell you that I had what they call plantar fasciitis, and they did it to my feet. No problems after that. So it really does work well.
Okay. Thank you for explaining.
Yes.
You learned something new.
Absolutely.
All right. Another question from one of our interested students. Do you need a lot of knowledge about muscles and tendons to be a physical therapist?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the whole body is being driven by your muscles and tendons. And so if you're having difficulty in one area or another, they have got to know what is the trigger for that, what muscle tendon is involved so that they can help make that movement come back and decrease that pain and possibly swelling, discomfort, and get you up and moving again, which is our goal.
Okay. Could you kind of tell us what the difference is between a physical therapist and a chiropractor?
Well, they're different trains of thought. Chiropractors come in and they do more of an adjustment, and I hope I'm saying that correctly for their profession. But if you go in and you say, my back is hurting, then they're going to evaluate you and make some adjustments. Mobilizations is what they also call it, so that the pain goes away and the muscles relax. And that there are some physical therapists who can do mobilizations and they make some adjustments, but they're also incorporating exercise. And the difference is chiropractors are not going to see somebody after a shoulder surgery, knee surgery, hip surgery, after a stroke. They're going to take care of more of acute issues, maybe from a car accident or a person who went and played basketball with his friends on the weekend. So those kind of issues. So the difference is we're seeing patients more long-term, working on regaining function. They're dealing a lot more with pain that's more acute.
Okay, so you guys kind of provide more long-term solutions, and chiropractors, they do an adjustment and you may need to come back after a while. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right. And I think that you're right with that. I haven't talked to a lot of chiropractors lately, but yes, they may see somebody long-term, but maybe only once a week for a very short amount of time, where we're working with them for 30, 45 minutes to an hour. So.
Okay. Okay, so with that workload, do you work 8 or 12-hour shifts or only when patients need therapy?
Well, so it depends on your setting. If you're in a school system, you're going to work during the school day. If you're in a hospital, typically in our hospital, they work 8 hours or until all the patients are seen. Outpatient, it's a very scheduled day, so you just don't walk in when you want to have therapy. You have a scheduled appointment, and typically we work about 8 hours. Some come in early, some come in later. So we have an earlier crew and then a later crew to kind of accommodate those who are working or in school. So it just depends on the setting. I talked to a young lady the other day and she works 4 days, but they're 10-hour days. So it just depends on the setting, but I don't typically hear 12 hours, no.
Okay. I think a shorter day would probably be nice, though, not that 12-hour day.
12-hour day, that's a long, long day.
It is. So being a physical therapist, do you create exercise plans for athletes?
We create exercise plans for most of our patients, whether you're a stroke or an athlete, had a hip or knee surgery, shoulder surgery. We rarely let you walk out without home exercises to work on. We want you to go home and work because you're with us for a small amount of time. And it's important that you carry over these exercises to your home so that you can get better quicker. And we know if you're not doing your exercises, and we can tell. So we do talk to our patients a lot about their part of this process of healing and getting better and moving forward is that they will be working on their home exercises at home so that they can make this process go a lot quicker and smoother.
I am not good at doing my at-home exercises. My physical therapist is not happy with me.
Well, be careful.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better.
I know,
So-
it's tough, but you just have to really just set aside a time a day. Like you have an appointment that you come to every day, then you have an appointment
Yeah.
at home yourself. Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's a good way to look at it. Maybe that'll help me.
There you go.
Do speech language pathologists work with children, and does that require specific training?
They do work with children. Speech, we all talk, and so they work with kids whenever they're trying to figure out R's. R's seem to be a hard sound for them to make. But they work in the school system, they work in private practice, they work in home health, and then there's like in Oklahoma, we have like 0 to 3 years where they can come into the home and work with the children there. And then they work with them in the hospitals and the outpatient clinics. So they all work with them. They do a lot of training with them they do a lot of training at school to learn how to be able to work with the kids as well as adults. So, yes. And then we all are required every year to have continuing education. And so we typically get that in the field or the area that we really are working the most. So if you're working on a rehab unit, you're going to really work on like strokes, TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, that sort of thing, Parkinson's patients. If you're working in the school system, then of course you're working more on pediatric activities, more games, fun things to keep the children engaged and still be able to meet their outcome goals. So we all have to have CEUs and we're always continuing to learn.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I love doing CEUs and things like that. Sorry, I'm trying to weed through these little questions through here. There's so many people that have questions for you. What school did you go to?
Actually, I'm what they call a certified occupational therapy assistant. So I work underneath an occupational therapist. I have to have an occupational therapist see the patient first, do the evaluation, and then I carry out their treatment plans. I went to Oklahoma City Community College way back in the day, and really didn't know what I wanted to do to begin with, and so I went to a college here in Enid called Phillips University for 2 years, figured it out, and then went to OCCC. So great school, and it's a great profession.
All right, thanks. So, got one more question before we start wrapping up and moving on. What is the difference between OT and PT?
OT and PT?
Yes.
Physical therapy tends to work. We all want the patient to get better. That's our main goal. Physical therapists work a lot on your walk, your gait, functional movements that way, shoulder surgeries typically. Occupational therapist, we will work with you if you've had a hip or a knee surgery to help you get back to where you can dress yourself, get in and out of the shower, cook your food. So we're more holistic in the idea that we work with the whole body to be able to return to your functional activities that you do every day, dressing, bathing, cooking, cleaning. We work with patients for all of that.
All right. Thank you so much. As we kind of wrap up here, before we let you go, is there anything you'd like our students to know?
I think that physical, occupational, and speech therapy are very rewarding fields. We have a lot of diversity in the places that we can work and who we can work with. And I think that it just is so rewarding seeing our patients meet their goals, be able to, I had a lady tell me the other day, she was able to step into her shower for the first time in years. And she's only been seeing us for about 4 visits. And so those are huge. Those make you feel good when you go home at night that you're really making a difference in somebody's life. And so you want to be a good, caring, compassionate person, and we are always looking for great therapists in our field. So please think about physical, occupational, or speech therapy whenever you're thinking about going into the medical field.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Thank you for joining us. We hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Do you thrive in high-stakes situations? EMTs and paramedics are the first on scene when every second counts. If you're quick thinking and calm under pressure, this might be your calling. Let's meet the lifesavers from Beaver County Memorial Hospital.
My name is Damon Rigdon. I'm an EMT basic at Beaver County EMS, Beaver, Oklahoma. So the first thing is covering EMS call for our county for that shift. Usually it's 6A to 6P, and we run all the EMS calls in the county. So been interested in EMS since I was in high school. Doesn't take a college degree. You go to a specific class for this. You just find a class in your area, get signed up, start with EMTB, go through the class, go through the testing of the class, and then you have to take what's called national registry. So after you get through the class, pass the class, then you have to go take the national registry. Once you pass that, then you can move into being hired on with a service. You know, that person, when they call 911, they're at their worst. Whether it's trauma or it's medical, they're at their lowest point. And so just being there for them to get them through that situation, get them here to the hospital, get them the care they need so that they can go back and enjoy their life. And just being able to, you know, it's not really a pat on the back, it's just knowing that you've helped somebody in their worst of time.
My name is Kate Nichols. I work Beaver County EMS here in Beaver, Oklahoma. So I am a full-time paramedic, but I am also Beaver County EMS's director. So my roles on a day-to-day basis look a little different. I do a lot of administration type responsibilities in the office, as well as taking call throughout the day. There was a need here in rural Oklahoma. We don't have a lot of extra hands, and a lot of the people that we have here don't have experience from other agencies and from larger call volume services. So it was nice to bring in a new perspective as far as this is how EMS in the rest of the state is kind of ran, and this is how we run a higher volume of calls, and kind of bringing that infrastructure a little bit here that was not here before. A paramedic in general, you have to be able to be the calm under stress. So obviously in EMS you're working in very high stress and sometimes scary situations. You see a lot of trauma. You're typically working with patients on the worst, possibly the worst day of their life. So it's important that you bring that calm to the situation. You can think clearly through everything, and you can provide care to a person in need. EMS is very unique in the sense that you see a lot of things that most healthcare workers don't see, right? So we run calls sometimes that are traumatic enough that they never make it to a hospital. It's not something that we transport, right? So we're gonna see a lot of stuff on scene, and we have to be the ones that show up on scene and manage the scene. So again, it comes back to being the calm in the storm. So that's a huge part of it, and a lot of people are not, you know, up to that. It takes a very special person to work in EMS and to be good at it. And it just because of those challenges. I mean, you can start with just doing some ride-alongs. Get affiliated with a school. You can start with like an EMR type license to just drive the ambulance, and do some ride-alongs in ambulance and get a feel for you know, running calls and you know, being the only healthcare provider available on scene, just to kind of get a feel if that type of high-stress situation is for you. So we have 4 different levels of licensure in EMS. I'll just run through them real quick. The lowest level would be EMR, Emergency Medical Responder. That's just the provider that drives the ambulance. They can help with vitals and such in the back, but they're not going to take patient care. EMT Basic is your next level up. They are able to take a patient in the back, but they're pretty limited to the interventions they can perform. They can do basic splinting, they can administer oxygen, they can do basic patient stabilization. Your next level is the EMT Advanced. They have a little bit more flexibility as far as interventions. They can intubate a patient. They cannot use medications, but they can put a tube down someone's throat to breathe for them if necessary. And they can also establish IV access to give fluids and whatnot if needed. And then our highest level is the EMTP or the paramedic. So we're able to do all of the things the lower levels can do, but we can also give medications. So we have, cardiac medications, sedatives. We can medicate a patient to intubate them if needed. There's a lot more options as far as treatment on the paramedic side. So my name is Sydney Looper, and I am an EMT student currently working with Beaver EMS. What drew me to EMS is just how quickly you have to make decisions. I think that's really interesting to me. You have to kind of really know your stuff really quickly. And of course, all the science behind it, and just a fast-paced environment. I found I like the not set schedule, kind of just being called whenever we're needed. So really love the self-paced program because it allows me to take my own time. So if I wanted to work at 3 in the morning, I was able to work on school. And then I'm doing about 3 days a week here at Beaver EMS. So I'll bring my school with me here, work on it throughout the day, and ask questions. It's really nice to be able to work here and have a paramedic sitting here with me, so I'm able to ask her all sorts of questions. She's able to help me through school. But the self-pace has been really awesome. I'm able to go as fast as possible. I'm trying to get on as quickly as possible. Yeah, what I definitely think is special about EMS is definitely the flexibility and just the fast-paced environment, the adrenaline. I feel like that would be a lot different than working in a set hospital situation. Obviously in a set hospital, you're just on the floor doing your rounds, but in EMS, you're driving all over the place, meeting people where they're at and trying to get them to the hospital as quickly as possible.
My name is Pat Dodson. I am the Apollo 4 base manager. I'm a critical care flight paramedic.
My name is Amber Balzer. I also work for Apollo out of Porter, and I am also a flight paramedic.
So I actually started out as a volunteer EMT in a town of about 400 people. Really had no thought of this being my career till the first time on a car accident where the helicopter landed and the flight crew got out and everything calmed down and the patients got taken care of. And then at that point, I knew that's what I wanted. So a flight paramedic is the highest level of training in EMS, and we do what they do in the ER flying through the air.
I think it's pretty unique because we get to go almost anywhere, in a quicker time. And we get to see different kinds of patients, sometimes more critical patients than you would see on the ground, or maybe like in the ER. And you get to be the one that shows up to help.
So our partnership with our local EMSs is really unique. I've always thought of the flight crew and the helicopter as an extension of that ground ambulance. We're fortunate on some of the equipment we get to carry that is not feasible for ground EMS, and we can get that higher level of care to that patient faster. So most of our partners are going to be rural, because that is one of the most precious commodities we have is time. And that's the big benefit of the helicopters. We get to the patient faster and we can get them to the hospital faster. In an urban setting, you're looking at a 10 to 15 minute transport, where in rural America, your short transports are 30 minutes and you're hours away from a level 1, level 2 trauma center. And that's time that patients don't have.
So I started in a small town too, about 7,000 people. And what got me into it is I just took a CPR class one day and I got on with the volunteer fire department. And I ran one of my first medical calls and actually got to get in the back of the ambulance and help transport that patient to the hospital. And after that, I would say I was hooked and I wanted more. And so I went ahead and took my EMT basic class in person, which there are online options too, and then just kept going. So after I did that for about 4 years, I did my paramedic online and then passed that. And then I was in a busy service for about 3 years as a paramedic on the ground. So on the ground, I worked next to the flight crew And every time they would show up, they were ready to help. And it was always just a breath of fresh air when they came to help us. So that's kind of what made me want to do it, is to be that breath of fresh air for someone else and the relief.
All right, I believe we have some paramedics, EMTs on to answer some questions from our Q&A. Are you guys here?
We are. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us today, guys.
Can you hear
Yeah,
us
I can
okay?
hear you.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Oh, there you go. You jumping on. Oh, I see you guys. Perfect. Hi.
Hello.
All right. So some questions from our viewers. First one is, what is the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Okay, so that's just a different level of licensure, so different amounts of education to attain those licenses. EMT basics can treat, they can do wound care, flushing of wounds, splinting, broken extremities, whereas paramedics have more of the medication side of it. So they go to school a little bit longer, they learn more along the cardiology side, and then we also have access to a lot of different medications for treatment.
Okay, thanks. So you guys have a lot of different responsibilities, but some have, I want to say they have other capabilities that they can do.
Yeah, the paramedic can get just a little bit more in depth as far as how we treat before we get to the hospital.
Okay, thank you. What kind of emergencies do you respond to in rural areas?
It varies from a fall in someone's home to high impact vehicle crashes on highways, and even farming accidents can get pretty intense. So everything across the board that you can think of, we're running it.
Yeah. So being rural, you guys are still rural right now, right?
Correct.
Yes.
How long do you have to travel to each patient? Is it usually long distance? Does it vary?
The most recent call that we have, not most recent, but distance wise, it was 40-minute response time. It was 2 semis hit together, and it took us 40 minutes just travel time to get there. So in that situation, we rely on mutual aid. We rely on other agencies to come and assist and start care until we can get there.
Okay, cool. That must be hard to coordinate, or do you guys communicate pretty well with that?
We do, just because we work with them so often. So being very rural, our volunteer fire departments are such big players when it comes to calls. So we have several different towns within our county. We respond to the entire county. So we could run a call here in Beaver that's, next door neighbors to the station like this morning, or we can run, like you said, a wreck that's 35 minutes away. So we are actually pretty close with most of those fire departments, just because we do. Every time we run a call, we're seeing them. So we are fortunate in that aspect.
Yeah, it's like an extension of your team. How long does it take to become an EMT or a paramedic?
So EMT class, I took an accelerated program, but my EMT course was 8 weeks, so 2 months, and that's a very accelerated program. And then my paramedic, I also got to accelerated program, and it was 14 months. So a total, you're looking at between 1 year and 2 years, depending on where you go. And you do have to attain that EMT basic license before you can move on to paramedic. You do not have to attain that mid-level license of advanced to move on. You can go straight from basic to paramedic if you like.
Okay, so to kind of piggyback off of that, how long does it take to become a flight paramedic?
So there are different requirements for different services. Typically, the rule of thumb is a lot of flight services like to see a minimum of 3 to 5 years as a paramedic on an ambulance in a high call volume area, so that they know they've kind of ran a wide range of different types of calls. They've had a lot of different trauma, and that their skills are pretty sharp. And then once you start down the path of flight paramedic, there are so many different flight paramedic programs, but typically you're looking at least 6 months before you can test out for that flight paramedic license.
Okay, so it's something you'd have to work towards and not just something you can go right into.
Right.
Okay. What does a typical day look like for you guys?
We do some administrative work in the mornings. We do truck checks every morning. We have 3 trucks that get checked. You know, in the event that they did go out the night before, making sure medications are not expired, and we have the right amount of each item that we would need for a call. The state kind of sets those requirements, and we have to make sure that those stay within that, in those parameters. And then, you know, filling the rest of the day with any other education or training, we can do that as well.
And by trucks, do you mean ambulances?
Correct, yes. So we have 3 ambulances here that we rotate through, taking 911 calls, and just make sure that they're ready to go.
Yeah, always have a backup.
Yes.
What is one of the craziest things you've seen?
We get this question so much. So it's a double-edged sword. Obviously, it's kind of tough recalling some of your worst traumas that you've seen, but a lot of it is educational. We've seen some pretty fun, crazy stuff too, right? So I've worked some pretty gnarly traumas. I did work one in a skydiver had a mishap. He had a parachute, fully extended, everything, but he was trying to do a trick, and he landed pretty hard and busted up both of his legs. So that as far as gruesome trauma, that was probably one of the hardest ones to treat, because, not to be too graphic, but I mean, we're picking up pieces of bones, you know, while we're loading him up onto the ambulance. So those can be really challenging because you have to think of multiple different body systems that you're treating, and not just the crazy trauma that you can see in front of you. But I would say, what about some funny stuff that you've seen as a medic now?
There's so many things that happen on scene that you think you're prepared for, and it always surprises you. I responded as a firefighter. I was not dressed properly. I got up to one of our smaller communities to help ambulance, and I was wearing gym shorts. Got on scene, and it was a lift assist, and I had told the patient to just cross their arms. We'd get them picked up. Well, when we went to pick her up, she reached up and grabbed a hold of my shorts and
Tried to pants him.
tried to pants me. So yeah,
You really never know.
Dress is important.
Yeah.
Dress is important. So
have your belt on.
I don't wear shorts to calls anymore. That was
Oh gosh,
years ago. But
that's funny. It sounds like your
never know what you do, so.
it sounds like your job can be kind of stressful. So if you do, how do you stay stress-free with the possibility of a tragic loss while treating a patient in extreme condition as you're transporting them?
It is challenging. The first and most important thing that you can do is to take care of yourself and know your body, know your mental health, know what resources are available to you. Diet, exercise, and sleep would surprise you how much of a difference that makes. You show up to a call, you know, if you're on a 24-hour shift, you haven't slept, you know, all day, all night, you're super tired, you haven't eaten, you're hangry, you know what I mean? Like, that plays a huge role in how we're able to deal with some of that trauma. We do debriefs. That's our goal for every big trauma. Is we do a debrief. We get together. We talk about it. What went well, what didn't, how we can do better, but how are we dealing with that on an emotional level as well. So knowing resources and taking advantage of that is so important in a job like this, because if you work EMS, you know, 10, 20 plus years, that stuff adds up and it can be really heavy. So
you have to compartmentalize when you get on scene. As you're going to that call, you're processing, what am I about to see? And sometimes you go back and you recall a run that was really bad. And
yeah, so while you're with the patient, you're
prepping
this
yourself.
And you're emotional. You've shut off your emotions, they're over here. So after that call, when you start to come down off that call and everything starts to click together again, is usually when you'll see it make the biggest impact.
that's when those emotions and all that comes flooding back in. But during, you have to compartmentalize and put that away.
It's a lot easier than you would think it would be. When that adrenaline hits and you're focused on treatment and going through the list of things you need to do, it's actually, you don't, especially if you've been doing it a while, you don't quite notice the emotional aspect of it as much. So
Yeah, I bet that can be pretty emotional. Well, that kind of wraps up our time today. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions. We really appreciate you guys joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks.
You too.
Being an EMT or paramedic is pretty awesome. It's a career packed with adrenaline, purpose, and real impact. But there's a twist. It can also be your springboard into a world of healthcare opportunities. So buckle up. We're about to follow one incredible journey. From riding in ambulances to scrubbing in for surgery. Let's meet a physician who started out as an EMT and is now a general surgeon.
I had a wandering pathway to medical school. I wanted to be a firefighter, so I took an EMT course to increase my chances of becoming a firefighter, and really sparked my interest in medicine, and decided at that point to carry that all the way through to paramedic. I did that and really enjoyed that, and along the way met some really good physicians, and they encouraged me to go to medical school. Also bringing in the human aspect of it and the concerns that a person has. Something might be very routine for me, but it's the first time that person's experienced it. And just realizing where they're coming from and the worry and the angst that goes along with that is something that I always keep in mind. It's an individual, it's not a hernia, it's not a gallbladder, it's not a cancer, it's an individual that's living through this. I think the two constants in surgery are, people are the same and anatomy is always the same. So it doesn't matter what technology you bring into the field, you always have to respect those two things. I love doing surgery. I love being in the operating room. I love the fact that I can just be focused on that single problem or the problems that are surrounding that patient, and be focused on what I can do to help them, on what I can do to solve the problem and get them back to what they were doing before they were rudely interrupted by this problem. But for that moment, for that time period, it's just you and the patient and the people in the operating room. That's very gratifying. But that being said, if we do diligence and find out that you don't need an operation, there's nobody in the world that wants to do an operation less than that surgeon.
Love science, math, and helping people? A career in pharmacy might be perfect for you. Pharmacists make sure medications are safe and effective, and they play a key role in patient care. Next, we will hear from Integris Health and Integris Health Cancer Institute in Oklahoma City to discover how pharmacy professionals help patients heal.
At Integris Health, our mission is simple: partnering with people to live healthier lives. Our vision: to be the most trusted partner for health. Every day, we work towards this by living our values: integrity, compassion, accountability, respect, and excellence. Providing excellent patient care requires caregivers ready to step into a job with purpose and opportunity for growth. From patient care techs to respiratory therapists, from lab specialists to nurses, to the people who keep our hospitals running behind the scenes, there's a role for every passion and personality. At Integris Health, we make it easy to start your journey, no matter where you are today. Our workforce development pipeline team is standing by, ready to help you find your way to the career you want and supporting you through various pipelines programs. Here's how they work. Get a feel for healthcare by shadowing a caregiver or taking a non-paid internship for a semester. You could even be introduced to healthcare by starting a job like patient care tech, no experience required. Train while you work with paid tuition for certifications like our CNA or medical assistant programs. You'll gain real-world skills in classrooms, labs, and on the floor with our caregivers. Grow your experience and skills with programs designed to help you transition into new roles, like our incredible nurse residency program, supporting nurses as they transition to full-time practice. When you're ready for more, we'll help, paying for your next steps, covering tuition for school as you advance your degree and your career growth. Now, if you're looking for a career that blends science, problem solving, and helping people, you might just find your place at an Integris Health pharmacy. Let's explore that career path.
So as a technician, basically you can be trained at the pharmacy. So as long as you have a high school diploma, you can come into one of our locations and look to see about where you can get started. Well, we have 11 retail locations, and so we just take care of all the patients that come through the Integris system. We take care of them from top to bottom. We can do specialty drugs, we can do diabetic supplies, all your pharmaceutical needs that you need. Several locations through the metro, obviously inpatient pharmacies as well. Lots of pharmacy technician jobs at all of our different locations. Billing of prescriptions and taking care of patients, inventory management. Also, there's essentially intern jobs, so if you already are in pharmacy school, you can come into our pharmacies and work. The technicians can do everything from just filling prescriptions to also more specialized roles such as insurance adjudication and oncology, and then also working in ER, so more fast-paced environments as well. In the hospital setting, you get a lot more close patient interaction. There's just more, I would say, like bedside situations where you're not actually necessarily at your bedside, but you have to have more of a role in the patient's pharmaceutical care, and Integris allows that, which I love. I'd say another thing people don't necessarily know is the salaries are competitive. For a long time in pharmacy, it seemed like retail seemed to be the best salaries, but with Integris at least the salaries are competitive, so that's good to know for people looking to get into more of a hospital setting. And I would say there's more opportunity to get more of a broad swath of what pharmaceutical care offers, so you get a chance to see more of a variety, which I think allows you to go as far into different specialties that you may want to go into. So somebody who has a high attention to detail, somebody who has high energy, somebody who likes to stay busy. In the pharmacy world, there's always something to do. Somebody who really cares about people, because you really have to care that you're making a difference. Yeah, you learn pretty quickly. So with Integris, if you get into a role and either you like it or you're excelling and you're interested in doing other roles, because we have so many different locations, there's an ability to move to different locations. If you have to move because of your family situation or whatever, there's opportunities there. We have so many different locations and different roles. So even within the pharmacy, we have support personnel for the pharmacy. So for doing prior authorizations, which is for insurance, you can work in a department like that where you help patients who are having more of an advanced medication that requires more involvement. There's things like that as well. So definitely, because we have so many locations, there's opportunities to move up and move to other locations.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Ethan. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Thanks. And Britton, hi. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Happy to be here.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for coming on in. All right.
And
So some
Grace,
questions from, yes.
if you don't mind, I'd like to expand a little bit on the video. I wanted to
Sure.
make sure and encompass a little bit more about what pharmacy is. That was Tyler,
Please do.
our staff pharmacist at the cancer location. One of our best guys, does a great job. But I did want to talk a little bit more about retail pharmacy in general, what we do. a little bit about my background as a pharmacist, and maybe a little bit more about what the opportunities are that may help bring up some more questions, or hopefully answer some questions that maybe haven't been answered yet. Again, my name is Brent Manchester. I'm the director for the retail and specialty pharmacies at Integris. As Tyler said, we have 11 open door retail locations. We fill a little over 500,000 prescriptions every year. We service a lot of patients and do a lot of different things in the retail world. I started my career about 13 years ago as a staff pharmacist. I started at Walgreens, so I'm sure everyone's familiar with Walgreens and CVS. I kind of started in that world. And then after about 2 years of managing a pharmacy with Walgreens, I came on with Integris and started out as a staff pharmacist. And over the next 2 years, worked my way to a pharmacy manager, opened 2 retail locations as a pharmacy manager, and then kind of moved my way up to being a director now. So a lot of my job revolves around opening new store locations, trying new service lines, expanding our service lines throughout Oklahoma. Really revolves around the strategy around pharmacy and helping our patients as opposed to being on the front lines like I've done before. But just to talk a little bit more about retail pharmacy in general. So retail's like your big box chains, Walgreens, Walmart, CVS. What many people may not know is health systems like Integris also have retail pharmacies, very much similar to Walgreens. I do think we have a lot of advantages over those types of locations because we're part of the hospital. So we have about, I guess kind of one of the main things is being in retail pharmacy. Our main job is to dispense medications to our patients that are prescribed by their physicians or other caregivers. So our job is to dispense those medications safely, to make sure patients are educated and they know how to utilize those medications. We make sure that patients can afford their medications. You heard Tyler talk a little bit about insurance and prior authorizations. And really what that amounts to is if insurance companies don't want to pay for a medication, we provide documentation to the insurance company to ensure that the patient can get it covered by their insurance. And then for patients that don't have insurance or can't afford their medications, we use a multitude of different levers to make sure they can afford them. That could be patient assistance, it could be through charities, it could be through other foundations. So part of it is making sure patients get their medications safely, but it's also making sure patients just get their medications, because if they don't take their medications, they can't get better, right? And so that's kind of the first part. And then the other side of it is we make sure to work with our physicians, work with our other caregivers to educate them on different medication things that they rely a lot on pharmacists for their questions on dosing, how to use medications. So we kind of work on both sides. We work with both our caregivers, but we also work with our patients.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot going on within pharmacy, and you guys have your hands in a lot of different buckets.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so many times you can just kind of look at us, we're like the last line of defense before patients get their medications, and we have to make sure that patients know how to use them and that they utilize them safely.
Yeah. Thank you for expanding on that. I'm sure the students really appreciate having that extra info. They do have some questions in the chat. The first one is, how much is the starting salary for pharmacists?
Well, it just depends. So if you kind of start off, so let's talk about the retail world. So Tyler did mention a little bit about kind of competitiveness, right? Salaries do range depending on what type of pharmacist you are. If you're in the retail world, like a CVS or a Walgreens, you could probably start out around $120,000 a year and kind of go up from there. Obviously, as you go up from there, if you're a pharmacy manager or if you're in administrative leadership or something like that, your salaries can get probably, I'd say, over the 150 range on average. Obviously, that's kind of an average number. There are salaries which are quite a bit higher than that, depending on if you're in specialty type pharmacy or other type of niche part of the pharmacy world. For example, there are other types of pharmacists out there. There's not just the retail pharmacists, there's also clinical pharmacists, which work alongside physicians actually in the hospital setting to help with medications and dosage. There's research pharmacists that actually work for the drug companies to help develop new medications for different diseases. There's nuclear pharmacists that work with radioactive kind of drugs, which are used in scanning for different types of diseases, whether it's cancer or heart disease. And then there's also the inpatient pharmacists who work in the hospital, not alongside the physicians. They kind of have like a central dispensing area, and they provide medications to patients who are in the hospital, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. That sounds like a lot of different career paths.
Sorry, I'm throwing a lot at you.
No, that's great info. Some kids would like to know what Ethan likes best about his job.
Yeah, no, so what I really like about my job is that I get to work hand in hand with all of these people, and I get to make sure that we are staffed appropriately because, like Britton said, over 500,000 scripts a year, which is an incredible amount. So I get to work with them on the back end of that and, make sure we have the appropriate staffing levels. And but what I like about it the most is just being able to talk to people. That's really the bulk of my job. I love what I do with them on the back end, but the talking is the best.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is kind of wrapping up our Q&A for now. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Have
guys.
a great day. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Integris Pharmacy team. We appreciate you guys. Have you been inspired by one or more of these amazing careers in healthcare? Maybe you're already picturing yourself in scrubs as a pharmacist, PT, or OT, or a physician. If so, that's awesome. Because now is the perfect time to start thinking about your path forward. Let's take a look at how you can begin preparing for college with the OU Health Sciences Center. From nursing to medicine, public health to biomedical research, OU offers a wide range of programs designed to help you turn your passion into a profession. Your journey starts here.
I am grateful to get to greet each of you today. My name is Kate Stanton, and I serve as the Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with responsibilities for our health sciences programs all over the state of Oklahoma. I'm excited to share you some things you get to take away today from our conversation. Most of you, if not all of you, are here today because you've been called to help. For 25 years with the University of Oklahoma, I can tell you that our common thread throughout our student population is they've been called to help. And if it's a pharmacist or if it's a public health professional or a physical therapist, regardless of the occupation or profession or job, our students speak about being called to help. I'm excited to give you some insight today about all that we offer, but also how you can prepare to join us one day and to heal Oklahoma. The University of Oklahoma system is, of course, in Norman, but it's also in Oklahoma City at our health campus. And we also have our Tulsa campus. But we're not limited there. We actually have 7 professional colleges that are all over the state of Oklahoma. Because together, we will feel better, we will do more, and we will get better. When I think about all that we want to talk about today, you might see some words on the screen that you've heard before. And what I want you to think about is what you've been called to do and the why. Our students keep that close on this long trajectory or road or journey to finding their way to a career in the health sciences. There's 5 things I want to go over today about ways for you to get to these fields. You ready? Let's go. We want you to achieve academic success. So what does that mean? Your academic record is an important piece of your journey to a career in the health professions. We need you to be striving for academic success with your grades and your tests. I want you to be having great study habits, that you get those now and that you're in place for your journey when you're at the institution. I also want you to realize is that we have early assurance programs in some of our colleges that will help reduce the number of years that you would be preparing until you join us at the health sciences. When we look at discovering early assurance programs, I want you to take a minute to think about what it would be like to maybe trim down a semester or two before you join us. Be sure to visit our websites as well as our materials so that you can stay on track and join us as soon as you possibly can, because we need you. We also, number two, we want you connecting with health professionals. We want you talking and networking with people that are in your community. Not only people that are just perhaps in healthcare, but also other professionals that have the tips and tricks to give you as you prepare. We want you also connecting with health professionals and understanding some of the trade-offs that are in these professions. And we also want you to be thinking about opportunities to gain work experience. And if that is from retail to the food market to helping others, make sure that you're comfortable engaging with people, not only in a positive experience, but as well perhaps in conflict. Third, we want you to think about and make sure that a part of your resume includes volunteering. Volunteering is an important piece of any of our health professionals because they're called to help not only professionally, perhaps for a paid role, but also in our community. We want you to be thinking about OU health opportunities from around the state that you can join us. Maybe it's an internship or it's a volunteer program. To our HOSA students, we see you out there and we look forward to welcoming you to our fields. We want to make sure that if there's organizations in your town, is it Rotary? Is it through your church or your synagogue? We want you to experiencing these opportunities for connection and serving others. We also want you to model the way, and we can't help others until we also make sure that we help ourselves. So be sure to take care of yourself. Stress is inevitable. We have good stress and we have bad stress, but what we want to do is be able to manage it and cope. We want to make sure you're moving for your overall wellness and also for that stress reduction. It's important to have a healthy sleep schedule and also your water intake. You've got to be drinking that water. Students today talked to us about following this was their success plan to joining us and becoming part of our health professions. We want you to connect with us. And that is if right now, if you are a 7th grader to a senior in high school, we want you to be in touch with us so we can help preparing you for your success. We have opportunities that are there for you. On October 28th, we have CHSC Day at 4 o'clock. You and your supporters are welcome to come and walk around the OU Health campus in Oklahoma City. We also have a webinar, so if your travel doesn't allow you to get to Oklahoma City, join us online. We can't wait to meet you. Overall, we have 5 things to do, remember, to preparing that career in the health sciences. Most of all, take care of yourself, establish great friendships, make sure that you're doing well in school, and let us hear from you. And thank you for your calling to help and to heal Oklahoma.
Welcome to Youth Medical Mentorship, a team of students, professionals, and community leaders dedicated to guiding the next generation of healthcare providers. Our fellows, mentors, and volunteers work together to inspire youth from middle school through college. YMM is a mentorship and education program that connects students with real-life healthcare professionals. Through after-school programs, summits, field trips, and hands-on experiences, we give students the tools, guidance, and opportunities to explore careers in medicine and health-related fields. Too many students never imagine themselves in healthcare, especially if they don't see role models who look like them or come from similar backgrounds. YMM is here to change that. Our mission is to help kids dream bigger, stay in school, build confidence, and pursue meaningful careers that give back to their communities. We are active year-round, working in schools across Oklahoma, from weekly after-school sessions to seasonal summits and community events, walking with students every step of their journey from the classroom to college and beyond. YMM programs are happening right here in our local schools and communities across Tulsa, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma City, Tahlequah, Union, and more, with plans to expand even further. Now the question is, will you be a part of this mission?
What if choosing a healthcare career was as exciting as being recruited for a sports team? That's the vision behind Youth Medical Mentorship. Dr. Chris McNeil, Executive Director and founder of Youth Medical Mentorship, is here to share how hands-on experiences can help you find a path in healthcare. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how are you? And thank you so
Good,
much.
how are you?
Doing excellent. I'm going to
Thanks
share
for
my.
joining us today. Sure.
All right. Able to see this okay?
Yep, we can see it.
Excellent. So to jump into things a little bit more, my name is Dr. McNeil. I'm an emergency medicine provider by day, and we do a lot of this opportunities by night and all throughout the year. So being able to build out a business and think about how we can recruit the next wave of future healthcare professionals comes in 5 questions. What do we do? Well, the first part is pretty simple. It's health literacy. And to think that regardless of what job that you have in healthcare, it's so important to just imagine what life would be like if we all knew what to do in critical situations. Things as simple as fire safety, to when someone isn't able to breathe, to how to stop wounds. And then whoever has an affinity to think about that even more to the next level and doing it every day, that's who we're trying to recruit. So being able to have this in regards to what that looks like as a career, but also what it looks like at your schools and in the community is something that we can grow with exponentially. So being able to think about cradle to career means conversations at the dinner table about health, all the way to what you decide to do, what you do when you grow up, and then, of course, how that impacts the people around you and your community and neighborhood. How we start to facilitate those conversations are after school programs, things like STEM nights and science fairs in your community, fellowships for students who are in high school, both in college, and then, of course, what that looks like in terms of research and careers with us as well as you engage into the community. Where are we? We're in 3 different cities across the state and hoping to grow. I'm originally from Lawton, Oklahoma, so it'd be awesome to be able to get back home and be able to take exactly what we're putting into practice in the places that I grew up. But it's going to take time, and it's going to take you. It's going to take you being excited and interested, finding those teachers that want to partner with you with your dreams, and then being able to speak about that more. So within these sites, we have schools that are middle school, high school, and colleges that are able to help us connect with people on the ground and give you guys the tools that we need in order to grow youth medical mentorship. Who do we serve? Now, this kind of a trick question. It's a little bit of everybody, but more importantly, to think about what are we trying to build? When we look at individuals who have doctors by their name, there are 160 medical professions if we count Canada. And so that goes from treating feet to treating eyes to treating the heart and all the things in between. And think about how do we get you into that position? But for every one of those doctors, there's about 3 to 4 nurses per medical career. So it's important to think about how this team is built out, just like we would for any athletic team you might think about, and the positions that are going to be critical for saving lives. For every physician, there's around 8 to 10 technicians. And so some of the jobs that you were able to hear about earlier, in order to do my job as an ER doctor, I need all of them. And then one of the most exciting pieces about youth medical mentorship is learning about my teammates and being able to promote their careers as well. For every and all of those positions, there's allied health positions too, and you've heard about some of them today. Well, we're here to think about what the next step is. So you've heard the word internship come up. You've heard like get exposed, get to know people, 5 things that you need to know in terms of academic success as well. Well, how do you go from where you're at right now and questions that you have to what that next step looks like? And that's where we come in as that glue and that bridge. Why do we do it? Because we need it. We need it in Oklahoma. You know, we think about healthcare and where we're ranked, and it's not a measure of people. It's a measure of access. And so if we're able to get you suited and booted to be able to help people in your community, we're going to improve lives. We're going to improve Oklahoma as a place to live and grow. And so it's so important for us to be able to find you and be able to invest in you. And then how, this is my favorite part, the operations. So thinking about identify, recruit, develop, and retain. Identifying as simple as you being on this call. But when we think about recruitment and recruiting you, just like we would in sports, to build out health professionals, here's the process of how we do it. So the first thing is think about you're in school and you have teachers. Those teachers are going to allow you to do something that's really critical, like reserve a room. If you like anything that you heard today and you want to bring those individuals to your school to be able to meet with them, talk with them, how do I get involved? We want to help with that process, but it's important that we have a place to go and that we have permission from your school. So finding faculty that can help you navigate that is this first critical step. And then being able to recruit other students like you. So what it's look like to have another officer, maybe you have a president, a vice president. If we can have a chess club, we should have a medical club. And that's what this looks like. Being able to pick a monthly time. If I have to pull a surgeon out of surgery to come and speak to you about what it's like to be in day in life, they need a time. They need those logistics. And so just like you jumped on this call today and you're on time listening, it's so important that we think about giving that to our medical professionals maybe 3 months in advance so we can provide a schedule that allows them to come and invest in you. And then finally, partner with us. We'll be able to help bring those professionals into your school, and it's as simple as scanning this QR code up top. Now, the Youth Medical Mentorship QR code allows you to be able to connect with us directly, be able to call me without calling 911, and being able to help us come into your school. The high school club orientation allows you to build a legacy around your school. So what's it look like to have campuses all over the country, as well as in your neighborhoods, that are able to bring in medical professionals? And even cooler, when those medical professionals walk the same halls you did, and now that they can sit and talk to you about how to join their ranks. So with that, one last call to action. We have a summit coming up, and that is an opportunity. This is going to be a shout out to our other medical professionals. We need you. We need you to come and be on the ground at school. Bring back Friday Night Lights. In this case, it's during the day, to be able to show different aspects of sports medicine. And so this QR code is for our volunteers to jump in, but also for our students to remember, we want to bring these opportunities to you at your school, but also around the country. To be able to do that, we need you guys engaged and involved. So thank you for joining on today, and happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you so much for that, Chris. I do have a few questions from our viewers for you. First one is, what are some of the benefits of joining?
Absolutely. One of the biggest benefits is to meet other students like you. And so, iron sharpens iron, as they say, and being able to think about this, it can be a lonely road into medicine, as you heard our radiologist speaking about how many years it can take. Well, those years with your friend and your rivals that are trying to challenge you to be the greatest, no one asks a running back, like, how many miles do you have to run to be in the Hall of Fame? You just start running and scoring touchdowns, and you cheer along the way. But that's how medicine should be as well. So being able to have friends that you're collaborating with to save lives, these might be the people that you're talking to when you have a family member that is down and out, and that's the person that you call. That's how we build these relationships. So one of the biggest benefits is who you get to be around. It's people like you. The second benefit is the opportunities that you get exposed to. So being able to think about, there's money left on the table every year in terms of scholarships that students just aren't applying because they don't know. So we want to make sure that is not something that's happening, and being able to have everybody in one place that we can easily talk to is going to help with that process.
Thank you for that. That was really helpful. Someone would like to learn about the process about schooling to become a physician. How many years for pre-med and residency?
Yeah, loaded question. So I think one of the biggest things is, how long does it take to see somebody that's hurt in front of you and feeling confident that you can ultimately be the hope that they need in that situation, right? As long as it takes is the right answer. To be very specific to that question, I'm a non-traditional pathway. So that means that whatever you read in a book or see online is not the road that I took. God kind of laid out the steps that I needed to in the right time. And so for me, I did everything else that everyone else did and some. I had 4 years of college. I actually did 5 because I was an athlete and I wasn't recruited to be a doctor. I was recruited to win championships. So my road took a little bit longer, but that's okay. That process allowed me to go through what I consider as a very close to Marine training. So that way, when I see bad situations, I feel really confident in inspiring hope. After that, I went into education. So I followed my mom, and my mom and my grandma come from a long line of teachers. So I actually taught in one of the schools that we started youth medical mentorship. That was the school that I taught at. So it became very easy to think about how we find the next Miss Frizzled, and that's going to create our future doctors, nurses, et cetera. After that, I got accepted to medical school. That was another 4 years, and actually in this case, 5. Again, I went through a bridge program because I was coming in late to medicine as a second career. And I thought that was very helpful for me and allowed me to set the curve in things that, I think I could do really well. After that, I did residency. And the way I think about it is, when I started residency, even though it was another additional 4 years, I was getting paid, to get paid to learn and to learn about things that you can nerd out about and change people's lives. Man, if I didn't have to do residency, I'd say I'd do it all over again. But it was a lot of fun being able to spend that time with the best friends I have in my life, and also to be able to figure out how I can be hope in my community.
Okay, thank you for that. I know we have a few questions about how you became a physician and your journey there. So it sounds like there are traditional paths for that and there are non-traditional paths.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. Where are you located and how do we find out more?
Yeah, so I'm actually located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. But very quickly, in a moment's notice, I might be in Claremore, I might be in Tahlequah, I'm everywhere, right? Because emergencies happen all over the place, and that's just how my job works. So it's cool to be able to travel. I kind of messed up the saying at first. I do nights in the ER, and I do mentorship by day. So I like working at night. I'm what would they call a nocturnist, like Batman. So it's interesting to that regard, but it also allows me to mobilize. Our program is built around homegrown health professionals. So we have locations in Oklahoma City, and the people who run that they're from Oklahoma City. So they are able to tell those stories of I grew up here and this is what it was like at Santa Fe High School, roaming the halls. So when you say, where am I at? I'm in Broken Arrow, but where is Youth Medical Mentorship? It's wherever you want it to be. We're trying to grow around you as the future healthcare professionals. And currently the locations that are established are in Tulsa, Jinx, Sopopa and surrounding areas like Broken Arrow, and then of course, Oklahoma City and Tahlequah.
Thank you so much, Chris. We really appreciate you answering all of our questions and letting us know more about youth medical mentorship. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, have a great day. Thank you.
Worried about the cost of becoming a doctor, nurse, or physician assistant? The Oklahoma Healthcare Workforce Training Commission offers financial assistance to help students achieve their dreams. Executive Director Cammie Fullingham is here to explain how these programs can open doors for your future.
Hi, I am Cammie Fullingham. I'm the Executive Director for Healthcare Workforce Training Commission of Oklahoma. The commission was developed and created to assist physicians in their residency program and supply salaries for them while they're in residency. We also offer scholarship and loan repayment programs. The scholarship programs are for physicians, physician assistants, and nurses, and that's all while they are still in training or still in school. They're able to receive funding during that time. We also offer loan repayment. Loan repayment is something that you would get once you complete all of your training and you need to pay back loans that you acquired while you're in that specific training for physicians, physician assistants, and for nursing. And we have all levels of nursing as well. But you have to go into primary care, and primary care covers family medicine, internal medicine, peds, OBGYN, sometimes emergency, and general surgery. And those are the things that our loan repayment will cover. There's a little bit more to that. You have to be willing to go work in rural Oklahoma. And we define rural as 30 miles outside of Tulsa or 35 miles outside of Oklahoma City. As long as it meets that criteria, then it's considered rural. That is about the only biggest requirements of the loan repayment program. You do have to live in a rural community. It doesn't matter if you live in the one that you're working in. You just have to live in a rural community. I won't go into a whole lot more detail just because you are very early in stages of wanting to get into a medical field, and so I don't want to overwhelm you with a lot of information. But we do have a website that you can go to. It's hwtc.ok.gov, and that will take you to all of our programs. There's drop-down menus where you can see everything that we offer and what all that criteria is. But good luck in your endeavors, and we look forward to being able to have conversations with you in the future on helping you finance your schooling. Thank you.
Dr. Kyle Kitchens is helping Oklahomans live better lives through better health.
The doctor, may I come in? What brought you into the hospital today?
Kyle is a native of Louisiana but is practicing in Grove thanks to a TSET grant. It recruits doctors to underserved rural areas by helping repay their medical loans.
Love the community, love the people here. Without the TSET grant and that motivation to come to somewhat of an unknown place, and I would have never had that opportunity. Hopefully with the help of TSET, I'll be able to repay these in a matter of a few short years rather than over a much more extended period of time without their help. Very happy to be here, wouldn't do anything different.
Better Lives Through Better Health, brought to you by TSET, the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
Helping kids with developmental disabilities live fuller lives. That's the mission of nurses and nurse aides at JD McCarty Center. These professionals make a meaningful difference for children and their families. Let's see how they bring care, compassion, and hope to every child and family they serve.
My name is Kyla Bowen. I am a nurse manager at the JD McCarty Center. We are a rehab hospital for children with developmental disabilities. We're located in Norman, Oklahoma. We see patients from birth to 21 years of age. I worked as a direct care specialist for about 8 years while I completed my nursing degree. Once I received my license as a registered nurse, I went into labor and delivery, stayed for about 11 years, and then decided it was time to look for something different. I was getting close to completing my master's degree in nursing administration, so I started looking for opportunities under that nurse administration role. I found that the JD McCarty Center was hiring for nurse managers and thought it was a perfect place to come back to. I loved my time here as a direct care specialist. It really was one of the driving factors that got me into the nursing field to begin with. I love that nursing has the ability to, you get your technical skills and you're doing a lot of hands-on things, but then you're also doing a lot of education for the patients and their families, and I loved that atmosphere and that part of it too. So I just thought nursing was really versatile and I could use it in many different things, and even within that, I get to do a whole bunch of different things throughout my day.
If I was to sum up direct care, you're their best friend, really. You get to do everything with them, help them get ready, go to school, go to therapy, you can get to go to the movies with them if you're lucky. It's a really fun job. So what's great about working here is that any certification you need, they'll usually work with you to get it. CPR, first aid, stop the bleed, all that stuff. I learned it in my first week of being here at JD McCarty. A day in the life here at JD McCarty is you come in, you check your assignments, you take report, then you help get your patient up, you do their ADLs, you get to help them brush their teeth, get ready. If they have appliances, you help them put them on. Then you make breakfast and serve it to them or help them eat it. And then you get them ready to go to school, and they get to go to school and have fun, and that's just a great thing. And throughout the day they have therapy, so you get to help get them to therapy and back, and the doctor's appointments, and really just be their best buds. If I could give someone one piece of advice for getting into the healthcare field is be ready to be unready and get ready to get dirty.
So at JD McCarty, you can start here with just having your driver's license and being 18 years of age with a high school diploma or a GED. And with that, we love having, students in college that want to further advance their career. We have several DCS that started as a DCS and now are LPNs. And then we also have staff that are DCS and then they transition into a lead DCS role or even an RBT. So we have a lot of room to grow here at JD McCarty. We also offer a lot of different schedule agreements to work with your school, and we have a lot of flexibility so that a way we can work with you while you are in school. Teamwork is really important here at JD McCarty, whether it's taking patients to and from therapies, working with patients that are having a difficult time. If people see that you are struggling, being able to jump in and help is really important here. It really takes a special person that is super caring and likes working with kids just to make that day go by quicker. We have 5 hospital units and there are 6 patients in each hospital unit, and there's about 4 to 6 staff each shift. So it's a small unit in each hospital unit, so that's why teamwork is really important.
My name is Adriana Esparza, and I'm the lead direct care specialist here at JD McCarty Center. I started my role here at JD McCarty Center as a direct care specialist. You have to have your current driver's license, your high school diploma, and then I was in my direct care specialist position for a little over a year until I got promoted to the lead direct care specialist. And basically, like, if you have your CNA, which is a certified nurse's assistant certification, you know, that helps. It's not required, but it does help to have that to become a DCS here at the JD McCarty Center.
At 16, I got my certified nursing assistant certification, and I came here a few years later to be a direct care specialist. And I did that for a few years while I was in school to become a registered nurse. Halfway through my registered nurse program, I tested to get my licensed practical nurse. And 6 months later, I graduated as a registered nurse. Teamwork is one of the most important things in healthcare, especially at this job. Our whole entire day, everything involving the children, all revolves around teamwork. We work as one big team to provide for these kids, whether that be through communication, to meet basic needs. Everything we do is as a team.
My best advice to people who want to go into the medical field in general is just to be flexible. Make sure that you're dedicated to continuing your education throughout your career, because things are always going to change. You're always going to need to get up to date on the new findings and just really stay involved and engaged.
Hi guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. We've got some questions from our viewers in the chat who are so eager to know more. Do you guys talk to the kids' families a lot?
We do. We talk to the kids' families. We have some kids who are in custody, but we also have patients who are here for 30-day evaluations. And those children do have parents. And so we do talk to the families a lot of decisions to be made from the families, and just making sure they understand what to expect with our treatment here. And of course, you know, it's their child. So they always have lots of questions and things like that too. And so we take a lot of time to get to know the parents and then just updating them on the progress of those treatment plans.
Yeah, gotta let the families know what's going on. They want to know how their kids are doing and how they can help them, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. How do you test to be an LPN while in RN school?
I tested halfway through. So with 2 semesters of RN school, you're qualified to be able to test for an LPN. You should get a voucher through through the state, and you just test, and then if you pass, you get your LPN.
Okay, thanks. Is it hard to see a kid leave the facility? I'm sure it's kind of rewarding, but do you guys find it hard to see him go?
I think it's very hard. We recently had somebody head out to be in foster care, and we're just so excited for him. It is sad just not to see him in the house and get those hugs while he's here, but we know that he's in a better place. So we're really excited for him.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet thing.
Definitely.
How would you describe the difference between the role of a nurse at the JD McCarty Center and a nurse in a different hospital?
It is like night and day, honestly.
I think one of the big things that I loved was we get to go outside. And it's things like that I think we take for granted in the hospital setting. We don't necessarily get that as a nurse, but it's a little bit different. You work a little bit more independently because they are individual hospital units as well. So that's kind of nice, but you also get to go out on field trips and do the appointments. So you're kind of out and about, and it's a little more like a home setting versus a hospital.
Okay. What made you want to be a registered nurse?
I'll go ahead. I actually did not plan, I went to LPN school and I didn't plan to continue after that. Once I got through LPN school though, I realized, wow, I really like this job. I like the setting. I like the, just being able to work with everybody as a team. And so I decided I want to go back and finish my RN. And so it definitely wasn't, I got into healthcare, taking care of some elderly people. And that was kind of what led me to the LPN. And then when I got into my LPN, I was like, you might as well just go right on for the RN. And so, and even though people told me that, I wasn't for sure about that until I did. And then I was like, might as well keep going. So that was good.
How long did you have to be in school for LPN or for an RN?
So 10 months for LPN, and then it's another 2 semesters after that for RN. There are some things that you have to do for prerequisite classes. And a lot of times people will work on those prerequisite classes while they're going to LPN school, and then they continue on so they're ready to go ahead and get into that program once they're in RN school. For me, I took 1 year of doing those prerequisite classes before I proceeded on to those last 2 semesters for RN program.
So once you have your LPN, what are the steps to being an RN? How do you get into that program?
I was going to say,
the steps to getting into the RN program after an LPN.
I did it. So yeah, it's okay. I'll take it. So so some of the steps, there's a lot of different schools that have different criteria, but some of the things are testing. And then depending upon those scores, they might make recommendations that you may have to go ahead and remediate depending upon how that goes. And then there's also some entrance exams. So specifically for the nursing program. Sometimes if you have your LPN and you're going on to RN, they want you to take a transitions course. If you're going straight from high school to LPN, you may not necessarily need that. Bloodborne pathogens is typically required, and then sometimes CPR is. Sometimes they'll do CPR there during your program. So each school is a little bit different, but there are some tests. Get ready for some tests, and then just a few. Typically, it's less than a 6-week courses that are just like certifications that you need besides that.
Okay. Thank you. And then to kind of go along with the education, how long does it take to get your master's degree in nursing?
It kind of depends on how much time you can put into it. I kind of did a slow progression through all of the various degrees because I had family as well. I think overall, if you put it all together, it's about, it's 4 years for the bachelor's. And then an additional 12 to 24 months, depending on how quickly you're running through those courses.
It sounds like you guys have a lot going on with your positions. It must be a challenge to switch how to act, speak, and treat the different and vast varieties of children's health issues. What are the basics in treating the different mental states of numerous children every day?
I'll go ahead and I'll take that. So one of the things with the patients that we see, it is very unique, I think, than a typical hospital setting. A typical hospital setting, you might have a patient who comes in or is seen by their primary care doctor, and then they're sent in to go ahead and be treated. For here, of course, we're working on more rehabilitative, occupational, speech, physical therapy type needs. And so a lot of our kids are coming up for evaluations to go ahead and receive those treatments, maybe at school, maybe through our outpatient basis. And otherwise they might be on a waiting list for a really long time. And so for us, like we review those patients coming in, and that process, we do have free screenings, and then we get to know the patient a little bit. They spend a couple hours here at least, and then we review them in bed meeting. And through bed meeting, we go ahead and we identify what all do we need to go ahead and address additionally. And so by the time they get here, we know the kid basically, there's like the basics of the patient. And so that definitely helps us. But through our whole treatment team, we have, like I said, with our therapist, we also have our attending physicians, three attending physicians here that see our patients. They're not here on site, but they do come in on site whenever they have to do an evaluation or assess a patient or anything like that. So we do formulate already what it is that we need to go ahead and address through all of those services. We also have social work here on site and psych, and just a gamut of different specialties that we can go ahead and see the patient for. So a lot of times it's also helping the family. So you might have a family that doesn't have any idea what services are available to them, and we're able to go ahead and help them through that. So I think really, like, we definitely are very flexible. We're definitely very adaptable. Our patients require that adaptability in the first place. And so, trying to figure out how to accomplish something that it would be a typical thing in a hospital setting is very much like tailored to every single individual patient here. And so it's a great opportunity. It's a unique experience, but we definitely have to come in with our innovation every time, every day for every situation.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys have to be really innovative and creative.
Definitely.
Someone would like to know what your names are and what positions you have in your center.
So I'll start on this one. I'm Becky Castellano, Director of Nursing.
My name is Tanner Fearborn. I'm a direct care staff.
My name is Kyla Bowen. I'm a nurse manager.
I'm Adriana Esparza, and I'm the lead direct care specialist.
I'm Shalina Price, and I'm a nurse in the houses.
Thanks, guys. So we know you guys work with children and like help them with devices or appliances to use to help make their daily lives better. What kind of appliances do they wear and why?
Their communication. They have communication devices. Some of our kids need. They don't.
It's like we have orthotic devices like AFOs, which stands for, I cannot think of that right offhand. But essentially they're like braces that kind of help shape and support the bones and structures so they can kind of start getting a little more functional and causing less issues with them.
Another big one is hand splints.
Hand splints,
They were
for sure. Yeah. We've had back braces to kind of help with scoliosis issues as well, where it kind of puts a little bit of a force on one side to kind of slowly start pushing that spine the way that it's supposed to be. So there's a variety of different things that you can see here.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of different things you guys have going on and a lot of different tools that people can use to make their lives better.
Absolutely.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions. We appreciate it so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
You too. You too.
Okay, HOSA Camp Ignite isn't just a camp. It's a spark that sets future healthcare leaders ablaze with inspiration, confidence, and purpose. This immersive experience is designed to empower students to dream big, lead boldly, and connect deeply with others who share their passion for making a difference. From hands-on simulations to dynamic team-building challenges, every moment at Camp Ignite is crafted to stretch minds, strengthen character, and fuel personal growth. Students don't just learn leadership, they live it. They build lifelong friendships, discover their inner drive, and walk away with a renewed sense of pride in their potential. Camp Ignite also nurtures the whole person, promoting physical, mental, and social well-being while cultivating essential qualities like communication, resilience, and integrity. Participants gain eye-opening insights to healthcare careers and develop a strong sense of responsibility and service to others. More than an event, HOSA Camp Ignite is a launchpad. It's where students begin to see themselves not just as learners, but as leaders. Not just as dreamers, but as doers. And not just as campers, but as the heartbeat of tomorrow's healthcare workforce.
If you're detail-oriented, have great hand-eye coordination, and don't mind a little blood, the operating room might be your perfect fit. Surgical technicians and OR nurses keep surgeries safe and running smoothly. Let's step into the OR with St. Francis Hospital and St. Francis South in Tulsa to learn more.
I'm Kate. I'm the adult general supervisor here at St. Francis Yale campus operating rooms. We have patients that come in through pre-op admissions, and they have elective surgeries that they're planning for. We also have emergency surgeries that come in through the ER or down from the inpatient floors that kind of just happen. You know, emergencies wait for no one, and we take them as they come. St. Francis is one of the largest hospitals in the state. They were voted the best hospital in Oklahoma by U.S. News and World Report, and we have a pending level 1 trauma designation, which is also very exciting. We're pretty excited about that. Basically just means that we're prepared for whatever comes through our doors. We're really good at what we do. We're super prepared, and we can handle all types of emergencies. A facility this size and this scope requires very precise teamwork. Tensions can get really high, especially in emergency situations, and people can start yelling and, you know, acting maybe what people might consider aggressive, but if a patient's life is on the line, we gotta do what we gotta do to get them taken care of. And sometimes that looks like yelling and running, but teamwork is one of the core values here, really in any operating room, but especially in somewhere that's about to be a level 1 trauma center. We have to have teamwork because otherwise the whole thing falls apart. It's a pretty structured job overall, but like I said, emergencies come in and you just have to go with it and be very quick on your feet. I liken nurse circulating to waiting tables, especially in the structured, scheduled surgeries. You know, you have to look at the field and look at the surgery and anticipate what the surgeon might need next, and just kind of look ahead and be prepared for the rest of your day.
My name's Savannah. I am a certified surgical technician here at St. Francis. A certified surgical technician, also known as CST, a scrub tech, a surge tech. We are like the right-hand man of the surgeon. So we have got to be there, and we've got to know what he needs. We've got to be able to anticipate what his next move is. We have to keep everything sterile in a sterile manner and everything ready to go for the patient. So we're very crucial to the OR. It was definitely challenging at first because here at St. Francis we have so many specialties, but after I kind of got the hang of things, it was very easy to kind of settle in, start getting to know people, what my roles were, and how to do this job efficiently. You have to be able to handle stress and be able to handle it under a lot of pressure. Especially when a big trauma comes in, you've got to be able to think quickly, move quickly. You know, you don't have time to sit around and think about, you know, should I do this? Should I do? You've got to get up and you've got to go and you've got to make decisions, and you've got to be able to just be ready and very adaptable at any second.
Hi, I'm Bianca Urbina, and I'm a CST, which is a certified surgical technologist. I've worked for St. Francis for 2.5 years. I was originally at our main campus. I moved over to St. Francis South. It's a smaller facility, but we still handle a lot of different surgical specialties. We're under construction, and we'll have a total of 14 ORs after our expansion. Currently, right now, we have 4 ORs, and 2 of those are robotic specialty ORs. There's pros for our doctors. They can see better, and if they can visualize better, that means they can treat better. But it's better for our patients. It's minimally invasive. It's a lot better than laparoscopic surgery, and the heal and the recovery time is a lot less, and that puts them at less of a risk for future surgeries versus other specialties like laparoscopic surgeries and stuff that damage the human body. So this is just overall way better for our patients. You grow really close-knit to the people that you work with. I mean, you really have to be a team. There's no room for drama. There's no room for any sort of conflict because this is a patient on the table and their life is on the line. So honestly, just seeing all the patients get to recover quickly and every single surgery that you do is to help a patient. So it's really rewarding.
My name is Talby Pyle, and I am a registered nurse. I work in surgery as a circulating nurse. My biggest job is being the patient's advocate while they are asleep. Obviously, they're sleeping, so they can't speak for themselves. And I'm there to make sure that they stay safe, their position's safe.
So being able to stay calm under pressure is a really big characteristic I think you need to have in order to work in surgery, because at any point, anything can happen, anticipated, unanticipated, along with teamwork. Teamwork is a really big and important quality to have in surgery, because we work with tons of people, surgeons, scrub techs, anesthesia providers, and everyone has different personalities, and we're all here to try to keep the patient safe, so it's important to be able to work together. Me and Bianca work together a lot. She's one of my favorites to work with. We have a good time, and we keep the patient safe, and we know how to work together really well, so that's important. I think it's a great idea to have good relationships with the people you work closely with, just because we're working in surgery. It's a serious environment, and you never want to have that uncomfortable tension, and you want to be able to work together. If you get along with the people you work with, it's easier to do your job and to anticipate the flow of things and to speak to each other without hesitation. And I think that's really important. I love it here. It's cool, it's fun. It's like being part of a futuristic career, you know, and it's always developing. You see something new every day, and it's really cool to be a part of something like so advanced in our medical technology.
I was actually in college at OSU doing entrepreneurship, and my cousin did this actually. And I've always had a love for health and science and anatomy, and I've always loved that stuff. And when I was at OSU, I kind of just knew like business wasn't what I was really wanting to do. So my cousin told me about this job, and it sounded very interesting. So I applied for school, and I went to school, and I loved it. I loved it all throughout my clinicals, and now I ended up here. I still love it, and this job also gives you many opportunities to continue your education and move up.
It's just something that I've always wanted to do. There was never a plan B. I applied to the one nursing school, and that was it. That was all I ever wanted to do. There was not ever another option. I never considered anything else. It was just what I'm made for, I guess.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, thanks for joining us today.
Of course.
Our first question is from a sophomore currently in a community college. What are the benefits for getting my LPN first instead of going straight to RN? In community college right now and going to transfer to a university in spring of 26.
Okay, yeah, that's actually a great idea. Because as an LPN, you still get to work and do very similar things as an RN. And it kind of gets your foot in the door a little bit quicker, and you get to experience some different things before actually moving up to becoming an RN. Um, Especially if somebody's unsure, not saying that you aren't, but especially if somebody's unsure if it's exactly the position they want to do. Some of the best nurses I've met are LPNs, so I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, so LPN is kind of like a good step into the doorway to kind of see what's going on, see if you really want to go that path.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you guys work in a different area of nursing before working in the OR?
I personally did not as a nurse. I throughout nursing school, I was a like a CNA, a certified nurse assistant or technician in the ER here at St. Francis South where I work. So this has been my first nursing job, and I've done it for 2 years, and I love it.
Okay.
And then Bianca's a surgical tech, but
Yeah, so I worked in a medical office doing like medical assisting. So I went to school to become a surgical tech, and then ended up in the OR. That's the only place you can go.
What is the most challenging part of your job?
Go ahead. Okay. Just honestly, it's learning everybody, because you have to learn the surgeon's preferences, you have to learn your anesthesia provider's preference. there's just a lot of different preferences in the OR to keep things efficient, flowing, and just safe for everybody. I'd say that's the most challenging, but once you learn that, it's really just like riding a bicycle, and once you learn how to read people and what they like, once you work with a new surgeon or a new provider, it's pretty easy to kind of figure it out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's the learning curve from going from school into the real world. Those first year or so is really hard to adapt and get to know every single surgeon or every single doctor you work with, even the nurses that you work with. It's hard to learn that and to transition into the real world. But after you get that, like she said, it's like riding a bike. You can kind of learn those basic things for surgery and those basic needs for a standard procedure, and then you can learn preferences as you go.
So thank you for that. It sounds like, schooling is a great way to go. And obviously you have to do that. You only get so much knowledge from that. But it sounds to me like through all these professions, especially yours, you really need that in-person experience to be able to build your knowledge and become better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's what I always tell people when they ask me about surgery. Honestly, in nursing school, you don't learn a whole lot about surgery. You just kind of learn more about like the different infections and how to treat them and all the medications. But in surgery, you have to learn all the equipment, you have to learn all the surgeons, you have to learn all the procedures. So it seems intimidating, but anybody can do it. You just got to start and hang on and stay strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what does a circulating nurse do during surgery?
That's a great question. A lot of people always wonder what we do because there's so many people in the room. So we are there. We get the patient while they're awake. Obviously, we ask them really important questions before we get them off to sleep. Make sure they haven't had anything to eat or drink because that's important. Once we roll back into the OR, we get the patient onto the operating table safely. We make sure, there's plenty of people around, that they're not going to fall off. These tables are kind of narrow. And we also help get them just positioned and help intubate the patient. For a lot of surgeries, we do, and we call it general anesthesia, which is where we give you medications that put you all the way off to sleep. And then we put a breathing tube in, and essentially we have a machine that'll breathe for you. So we help the anesthesia provider get the patient intubated. Once they're off to sleep, we get them positioned for the surgery, and we get them all prepped with whatever solution we're going to use, whether that be soap and water or sterile chloroprep stick or, like an iodine solution. And then we're the hands of the OR. So when Bianca's scrubbed in, she's sterile. If they need something, I have to run and get it, and I have to open it sterilely because our package on the inside is sterile, outside's unsterile. So I'm just kind of the extra hands to help out, make sure monitors are in place where the doctors and everybody can see it. And I also do some charting on the computer to ensure the patient's safety.
Do you guys have a favorite type of surgery you like to work with?
Yeah, I definitely prefer robotic surgery over most. Robotic general is my
cool.
go-to. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Is that like the laparoscopic?
Yeah, it's like
Cool.
laparoscopic, but it's way better. So it's essentially, I mean, it's what it sounds like. It's a robot, and our surgeon is like sitting in the corner of a room, totally scrubbed out, and he's got his head in the console, working, and he puts his fingers inside of these, like you saw in the video. He puts his fingers inside of a motion controller, basically like a video game, and he controls the robot from across the room.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Yeah.
That is wild.
It's really cool.
That'd be so
It's
cool to
really
see.
cool.
It's awesome as a circulating nurse, because as a circulating nurse, you kind of want to stay away from the sterile area, the sterile table. So sometimes when you just do a plain laparoscopic, or not laparoscopic, when you just do like a open case, or if you're doing anything where it's not on a screen, you don't really get to see what's going on. So robots is really cool because they have all the screens paired, and everybody in the room can see it and watch and see what's going on. And you learn so much watching it all the time. So it's really cool.
That is so cool. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today, for answering those questions and giving us some good insight to what you do.
For sure.
Thank you
guys.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Get ready to meet a dynamic duo who are changing the way students experience healthcare education. In this video, you'll hear from Luann Lively and her daughter Blaiklyn Geiger, two former healthcare professionals who traded scrubs for classrooms and are now using cutting-edge tools to bring science to life. Through immersive technology and hands-on learning, they're helping students just like you explore anatomy, understand healthcare careers, and spark curiosity in ways that textbooks alone can't. Whether you're dreaming of becoming a nurse, doctor, or medical technician, or just want to see how cool science can be, this story will show you how passion and innovation can make learning unforgettable. Let's dive in and see how one mother-daughter team is inspiring the next generation of healthcare heroes across Oklahoma.
Our superintendent, Mr. Meredith, came to us and said, hey, if I had a whole bunch of money, what would your wishes be? And we had just come back from a conference, and there was an anatomage table there. And we were like, well, we'd like to have one anatomage table. And he came back later and he said, why is that your wish? I mean, I told you to reach for the stars. So from that, he got us 2 anatomage tables, an alpha table, 3 Promethean boards, and a wall. And that was because he had all this extra COVID money. And so from that point on, we're hook, line, and sinker. And this is our 3rd year. And we've taken kids every year, and we're going to take them this year to nationals for our anatomage tournament.
It's basically just a competition, and it, to me, is essentially like flashcards on this table. But it's a team of 4 students, and they learn different body systems, whether it be the cardiovascular, the nervous system, bones, muscles, you name it, they're learning it. Not only the name of whatever body structure it is, but its exact location. And so the tournaments, how they work, there's this virtually, so online tournaments, or we have actual, we can go to locations and do table. I've gone to nursing school and I don't even remember learning some of these structures. And then so the students will be like, where's that at? And I'm like, look it up. And then you show me where it is.
I like how you can see like all the different layers and you can remove stuff. And that it's not just like, oh, well, here's what you have to do, and you can go deeper on a deeper level.
Coming through and learning about just the body in general, like, oh, what's hurting on me? I'm gonna go check the board to see what that looks like. It's just having the general knowledge of anatomy has just been useful with these boards. So
they have about 25 questions and they have 5 minutes to answer all of these questions to get a score, and the highest scores can potentially qualify for the national tournament. Just this last year at the national tournament, they anatomage implemented what we call long format questions. So they're adding a physiology component into this test. So making it not just a memorization of a muscle, but okay, what does this muscle do? This muscle extends the forearm. And so they have to know the location and the name of that specific muscle or body structure, whatever it may be.
I would say I definitely value this the most. It really looks good to colleges. I'm looking to take anatomy next year in concurrent, so I think it's going to help me with that. It's really helped me just in health class. It's helped me learn like the medical terminology, and I would say it sets me pretty ahead in those classes. Just to be able to practice it in a timed setting, it really helps me know it well.
I think this table costs $60,000, and so we have 2 of them, and they are used every day. Probably every hour. And a lot of times when we leave in the afternoons, we have to run kids out of here because they're in here studying.
Some patients need extra care after leaving the hospital. That's where skilled nursing comes in. Licensed practical nurses at Cleveland Area Hospital help patients recover and transition back home. Let's learn how these nurses fill the gap and provide essential care.
My name's Ashley. I am a practical nurse here at Cleveland Area Hospital. I work on the medical surgical floor. I always knew I wanted to be a nurse. From a kid, that is what I knew my calling was. I saw a recruiter that came to my high school, and like I said, I knew that was always my dream, and everything that he was saying was something that excited me. He talked about how it was fast-paced, very attention to detail, helping others, and everything was what I wanted. So as a junior, I enrolled in the Tech CNA program. It wasn't required for the LPN program, but I felt like it would be a good stepping stone and foot in the door. So I finished the CNA program. I was able to make more money and quit my job at a fast food place. So I was able to make that money in high school to help me get into LPN school. And I applied to the program and was accepted and started 2 weeks out of high school. I initially came to Cleveland Area Hospital in 2014. I came and worked on the same floor I'm working on now, at the medical surgical floor. There's a medical surgical floor here and an ER. With it being such a small rural hospital, you really get a lot of action from both sides. You get to see what goes on the medical surgical floor, and when they need help in the ER, you are called in there. So you get that experience too, which is a really big deal because in larger hospitals, they're separate. And there are float positions, but it's not usually as often as in a rural hospital. So you have the opportunities to learn a lot more, I think. Nursing is an extremely fulfilling job. If you want all the feel goods at the end of most days, nursing is for you. You are helping people in their time of need, in their most vulnerable times, and they are looking for help and they want somebody to help them but also understand them. And you get to be that person. You get to teach them when they're scared, let them learn a new diagnosis that they may have and go over their questions with them, and making them feel at ease really makes me just glad. They know how to take care of themselves after that better, pertaining to the certain thing that they may have going on, and they help themselves after that. And that's really what they want. They want to gain their independence back, and you're that person for them. I love working at Cleveland. I took a break. My daughter was born prematurely, and so I stayed home with her. And I knew when I got back into the swing of things and coming back to work that I wanted to be here. This is a really great hospital. Everyone is really close-knit. We all help each other. Teamwork is vital for patient success and for us to keep the hospital going and have a great work day. Everybody here is very adaptable to changes. You have to be adaptable in nursing. And we're just kind of friends. We're all teammates. Teamwork makes the dream work.
My name's Jessica Pfeiffer, and I'm the Director of Nursing at Cleveland Area Hospital. I've been here for 9 years. I started off in the ER as a wound care nurse and the education nurse, and now I'm the Director of Nursing at our facility. I've always felt that as humans, we should help other human beings, and healthcare is a good way to do that. Seeing someone at the lowest in their life and being able to make a difference, and seeing somebody at the best of their life when they have got to rehab from being injured or being sick is really rewarding. There are lots of sad parts in nursing, but there's also lots of good. So I started out as a CNA, which is a certified nursing assistant. Then I went to school to become an LPN, which is a licensed practical nurse through a CareerTech program through the state. Whenever I was an LPN, I bridged to an RN program, a registered nurse program at Tulsa Community College. And through my RN program, I then bridged to a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, which is a BSN. And I'm currently in school for a Master's of Science in Nursing, an MSN program at Northeastern State University.
The benefits to working in a small rural healthcare facility is that your patient load, I'm sure the nurses have touched on it, that the typical day at most you'll have is 5 patients, and that is significantly less than the bigger hospitals. You have more time to focus on the individual needs of the patient. With the HRSA, we have it's a program that the state offers that will help pay off student loan debt, and it helps nurses in these rural healthcare facilities kind of waiver that debt where they don't have to worry about it here on forward. So the loan forgiveness program does have several requirements. Obviously, working in a critical access facility, You do have to be a nurse, physical therapist, or many of the other professions listed on the actual application, but you have a service requirement of working at least 1 year in a critical access small town hospital as well. And then once those qualifications are met and you apply, the state takes however many applications a year, and they will reinstate however much percentage of your loan amount.
I love it. I continue to go to school to become better at what I do and learn more and more about it every year.
All right, I believe we got some more friends on to answer some questions from Cleveland. Hi guys, how are you?
Good, hi.
Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's dive on into those questions. What do you find most rewarding about your job? What is one of your biggest challenges?
I find it most rewarding to help people every day in everything that I do. Sometimes it's challenging when people need help, but they won't accept it. It's really hard when you want to help them and they're not willing to accept it themselves. It's hard to see sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be hard. Do you guys work as part of a team in skilled nursing?
Yes, we all work together to help take care of the patient and fulfill their needs. It's easier to take care of somebody as a team than just one person taking care of one person.
Mm-hmm.
When you have lots of people helping each other, you can get lots of things done and everybody have time and not feel rushed and not make the patient feel like they're somebody and not just a number.
So how many patients do you take care of typically in a day with the team? You may be able to see more or less. I'm not sure.
So we generally have about 7 to 10 patients on a floor, and the nurse will have 1 to 4 by herself and the aides will have more, but we all work together as a team with several nurses who all help each other fulfill their tasks throughout the day. We practice team nursing.
Okay, thanks. Can you kind of explain what a critical access hospital is?
So a critical access hospital is a small rural hospital that is usually about 30 to 35 miles from another hospital. So a critical access hospital is really important in rural areas because they can come to us first in critical situations like heart attacks and strokes. We can stabilize them and then we can get them to a larger facility with other services. So we're kind of right there when you need us, help you get where you need to go quickly.
Okay. So it's different than like an emergency transport. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know how your patients are doing after they leave the hospital? Do they keep in touch?
We do have lots of patients that keep in touch. When our patients come to us for skilled nursing, they've usually had a surgery that requires them to have rehab or IV antibiotics. So sometimes they stay with us for long periods of time, 6 weeks of antibiotics or several months of rehab to be able to go home. So we have very close-knit, lots of patient care experience, and they like to come and tell us how they're doing, or we'll see them out in the community. And it makes you feel good when you get to see somebody that you know that the reason they're out in the community is because you got to help them get back there.
Oh, that is a good feeling.
Yeah.
What is your background and what would you recommend as a future path to?
So I graduated from high school actually and wanted to go into criminal justice, and my criminal justice professor talked me into nursing and to become a CNA, and everyone just kind of, you should be a CNA. And then my CNA instructor, you should go to LPN school. So I stair-stepped through the process of becoming an LPN to an RN and getting a bachelor's degree, and I'm going back to master's program. It's really rewarding as a student to be able to stair step through there and to be able to work and continue on as you go. And Oklahoma provides lots of resources for students, like through CareerTech for CNAs and LPNs.
Can you kind of describe the process of a loan repayment from an HR perspective?
So through our facility, you apply to school, and if you're accepted, you work out an agreement with our employer to that they will pay your tuition for so many years of reimbursement. They will also help you get set up with programs like the Health Resources Services Administration, which will in turn also repay your student loans in return for work for so many years of each semester that you work.
Basically, you're trading some work for them to help pay for school.
Yes.
Cool. That seems like a pretty nice trade-off.
Yeah.
How many healthcare professionals work full-time at your hospital?
We have over 100 full-time health employees. Various,
go ahead.
Sorry. Various sources like physical therapists, occupational therapists, and nurses.
Oh, yeah, we learned about some of those earlier, OT and RT. Yep. What is the hardest part of your job?
In nursing, you get to see people come into this world, and you also get to see people leave. One of the things about working in a rural area is it's also close to probably where you live and where you grew up. So sometimes, you're close to the people that come through and may have lost a loved one, or it's someone that that is really sick that just isn't going to do well.
I'm sure it's hard to have. It's hard to have those personal connections within your community, but then you have that connection with them and can probably help work through stuff with them.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Do you have to stay in compliance with health information confidentiality in a rural area?
Very much so. Lots of people want to ask you questions, and you're just like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, geez, that must be hard, especially if they're like, hey, I know Bob down there was in the hospital yesterday. What's going on?
Yeah.
Well,
have
with
to
our last,
follow the rules.
yeah. Do you care for a lot of people you already know?
Yes, lots of people that you know, and you have to follow the rules, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you guys are really well practiced in that, because I'm not sure how well I could do with that. But before we sign off here, do you guys have anything you'd like to add for our students listening?
No, if you're interested in healthcare, just make sure that you really pay attention to your sciences in high school and lots of concurrent enrollment.
Do you have specific concurrent classes you would recommend?
I would recommend getting your sciences, your early maths, and your language arts, such as composition and things like that.
Those general education classes, getting those out of the ways. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We still have a couple of questions coming in if you got a minute or two more.
Yeah.
Do you do outreach for teaching healthcare?
Yes, we go out to we go to our colleges and talk to them, and we speak to our local schools in different areas about how important it is to continue on with your education.
Okay. Let's see, from an HR perspective, what is the most difficult part about a small hospital?
The most difficult part about HR wise for a small hospital is keeping in compliance. Obviously, like as Jessica said, HIPAA is a huge thing with hospitals, and it's even a bigger thing with smaller hospitals. People will call in all the time, asking about patient information, and, being the HR side, we have to keep in compliant and making sure everybody that's not a healthcare worker with our facility know not to, give out that information, because, there could be someone working in accounting or a business office. They may not know, which we teach them whenever they get hired on, but, they're not in that world every single day. So it may not be, first thought whenever it comes around to that question. So it's just one of those things where staying compliant is the number one priority.
Yeah, that sounds like it's a really big priority, especially to keep all those patients safe and protect their information.
Yes.
Yeah. Last question before we jump off. Is it harder to find qualified personnel at a small hospital?
No, we actually have lots of people that like to come because they like the ability to work in a smaller hospital. As Ashley said in the video, it's in a rural hospital, we have the med surg and ER right beside each other. So our nurses like to be able to go back and forth and work between the two. And at a smaller hospital, we're able to cover each other's shifts for football games, family events, and things like that. We're in a larger hospital, you can't. So the close-knit family part of a rural hospital and small hospital is sometimes more forgiving for family type of stuff than a larger hospital. So we don't have any problems because we're able to be there for each other. And some people like that better than larger facilities even.
That's really valuable to have in a workspace.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you guys joining us today and answering our questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Have a great day, guys. Absolutely.
You too.
Have you ever wondered what a nurse practitioner actually does and how their role is different from a doctor or a nurse? In this video, you'll get a clear, honest look at what NPs can and cannot do, and why their role is so important in today's healthcare system. Whether you're thinking about a career in medicine or just curious about how healthcare system teams work, this is a great way to learn how nurse practitioners help keep communities healthy.
Can a nurse practitioner be a primary care provider? Nurse practitioners in Oklahoma can practice independently and even own their own clinic. Can a nurse practitioner order lab work and tests? Absolutely. Nurse practitioners are trained in school to not only know what lab tests to order, but also how to interpret them, and they can refer you to specialists if needed. Do nurse practitioners write prescriptions? Yes, nurse practitioners can not only monitor and maintain your current prescriptions, but can prescribe new medications if needed. Nurse practitioners can often prescribe independently depending on the state they're practicing in. Are there nurse practitioners in different specialties? Yes, there are many different types of nurse practitioners who work in different settings depending upon their education. There are family nurse practitioners who work in family practice settings. There are acute care nurse practitioners that can work in a hospital setting or in a specialty clinic setting. There are acute mental health nurse practitioners that work with mental health patients, and even women's health nurse practitioners that can work with OB patients or gynecologic patients.
When a heart stops working right, every moment matters. In the cardiac cath lab, nurses and imaging techs raced against time to save lives. Want to see what it's like to be part of this high-energy team? Let's dive into the action at Hillcrest Medical Center in Tulsa.
I'm Shayna Bandy. I am a cardiovascular specialist. I am an EP specialist, and I'm also a vascular specialist. I've been at Hillcrest for 13 years. I have been doing my job for approximately 35 years. I came out of high school. I went to Northeastern State University, got my 60 hours of pre-education. I had a big emphasis in math. In radiology, there's a big emphasis in physics. We deal with radiation physics, protection of the patient, the physician, and yourself, and your responsibility as everybody in the room as well. So I think you should have a great emphasis in math. Be prepared to take care of patients, be very hands-on, put yourself in their position, be very empathetic. I think you should also keep in mind you are sometimes the last person they ever speak to, and that is a very important part of our jobs because their loved ones can't come back with them. And so you have to stand in their place and be willing to listen and to get ready for whatever comes. Radiology, most people think it's just taking a picture in the ER of a broken bone, and my field has covered way, way more than that. I've been able to work in the industry. I have been able to work in the mammography area. I've been able to teach surgeons how to use breast biopsy equipment. I've been able to teach how to put closure devices in. I have been lucky enough to participate in a teaching facility, and we were very busy in interventional radiology. I became a shared employee with the cath lab, and I spent 23 years of my life doing that. So I would say, keep your mind open. It's very exciting. Some of these people, they turn around and they become PAs, and they turn around and they're physicians, and it's a very exciting area. It's just a very big, growing area. It's not just taking pictures of broken bones anymore.
My name is Erin Cox. I've been here for just about 7 years. I'm an RCIS, which is a registered cardiovascular invasive specialist. But basically my job is I stand next to the doctor and I'm handing him equipment, wires, catheters, things that we go up into the patient's heart to look in through the x-ray. I love what I do as an RCIS just because my whole side, both sides of my family, heart disease runs very deep. So I just wanted to learn more about cardiovascular care. And I absolutely love what I do. I love helping save lives. Somebody's having a heart attack and go in and open that artery up and they live another day. I talk about all the time that all these people are my siblings. We talk, we laugh, we have fun. Sometimes we might have an argument, but like I've always said, when it's time to get serious, we get serious. And that is what we're here for. One of the big things for me is empathy, that the patient on the table, you could be the last person that they see. So it's really important to have that compassion for them and to let them know that you're here for them and you're going to do everything you can to take care of them. If you're a people person, then it's great.
My name is Gabe Renfro. I've worked at Hillcrest for 17 years in the cardiac cath lab, and I'm a registered nurse. My cath lab journey started in nursing school when I went to a cath lab in Tahlequah City Hospital, and I watched a group of people come together and save a man's life that was having a heart attack, and I thought, this is probably what I need to do. That being said, I spent the rest of my time in nursing school getting out of going to the floor or going to any other unit and going back to the cath lab. It got me in a lot of trouble. Being in the cath lab for me is probably the change in technology and the instant gratification that comes with saving a person's life during a heart attack. It's an amazing thing to go from somebody is going to die on your table to watching them eat cheeseburgers and hang out with their family in a room down the hallway. For a nurse, the difference between the cath lab and electrophysiology would be electrophysiology is we work hand in hand with nurse anesthetists and anesthesiologists to sedate the patient and do any medical care that we need to do. In the cath lab side, the nurse does the moderate sedation and the medical care of the patient with the direction of the physician that's in the room at all times. There's multiple ways to do a bachelor's degree. You can get your associate's degree and then go on to be a bachelor's nurse. You can get all of your prerequisites here in Tulsa and have a degree as a bachelor and do there's a one-year certification at the Houston Center at OU. But there are all manner of ways to move up in nursing. The role of being a nurse in the cath lab has a lot of management aspects to it. You're kind of in charge of the flow of the room and the flow of the day and the vibe of all of the people in the room. That really fits my personality. If you come out of high school and you think you want to be in any kind of medical field, don't pigeonhole yourself into one medical job. Shadow as many people as you can and take as many science classes as you can before you decide to do that one thing, because you never know what you're going to find on your way through your journey.
All right. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello.
Good to see ya. So we've got some very excited kiddos with some questions for you. Do you give the patient medicine before you fix their heart?
Yes. There are a lot of medications as soon as before the patient comes into the room that they might have. That information is passed down through either verbal or EMR, which is the electronic medical record, so that the nurse that's taking care of the patient in the cath lab knows what those medications are before they come in the room. Before a patient gets their heart fixed, whether it is in the cath lab or in electrophysiology, there are a myriad of medications that thin the blood so that the equipment that we use doesn't cause clotting. And that either needs to be given before the procedure is done or during it at different intervals because those medications wear off.
Okay, do you only fix the patient's heart or do you fix other parts of their body too?
We also do vascular work, and we do stuff within the lungs. There's been an uptick in the amount of science and technology for removing pulmonary embolisms, which is a chunk of clot that sits in your lung and decreases the oxygen supply that you can get. And there are, I think there are 8 or 9 different new devices that we use to pull clots out of lungs. We also do peripheral work for people that have narrowing in arteries from their feet all the way to their hips, also from their arms into their chest.
So you guys kind of work throughout the whole body.
Anything that has to do with the blood supply and you being oxygenated is what we take care of.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty important. How is it different from the operating room?
With the operating room, so we are a sterile procedure in the cath lab, a clean procedure. We do use sterile instruments and things like that. The operating rooms usually have a little bit more stricter ways of keeping their equipment sterile and what they can do and can't do. But like I said, the cath lab is a sterile procedure. So everything is clean as possible, and we are very diligent about making sure we don't cause infection.
Okay, thank you. Do you have nursing or high school students that shadow you? What do you like to teach them?
We have a few nursing students that come from the Tulsa.Tech facility, right? And most of the things that we teach them when we teach them are basic anatomy things, stuff that they're going to use and learn in their education process. We try to make sure that the people that are getting educated is to the level that they're learning instead of teaching them above their learning process now, because it's such a long process to learn from anatomy to what we do now. But all of that stuff stacks on itself back to the anatomy piece.
Yeah, it's really important to,
And
figure
then
out where
just caring
someone's
for
at.
the patient, just
Yeah.
how to speak to somebody that you're taking care of. It's a hard thing to learn.
And also
Yeah, sometimes
too, with the RCIS program, which is what I do, we have students come in, they spend 4 weeks with us in rotations, and they see procedures, get hands-on with the patients. And so they kind of know what they're going to be getting into once they graduate.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Some experience before they get out, know what they want to do. We heard about electrophysiology in the video, but can you kind of tell us what that is?
Electrophysiology is the study of abnormal heart rhythms. It could be anything from when your heart's beating super fast as a younger person. It could be what they call SVT. It's above the ventricles that's causing this. So we're able to go in, map that with 3D imaging, and then find out where the current is actually coming from and go in and do an ablation and either do it with heat or we can do it with pulse frequency, which is neither hot nor cold. You've heard AFib. AFib is also treated. We do that about 90% of the time. We go in and pulse frequency ablate the veins, the pulmonary veins. That's usually where that is usually where the abnormal AFib rhythm is coming from. So it's very interesting. It is a very up and coming field. In fact, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, there really wasn't a whole lot of known things that you could do for abnormal heart rhythms, but we've progressed a lot in about 12 years.
That is so cool. We keep finding new
Very-
ways to do things. I love it. Can you tell us what the difference between tachycardia and bradycardia is? I think I said that right.
Yes, your heart's beating really fast.
Okay.
You sort of feel out of breath or you're exhausted all the time. And that's an indication of, it could be several things that could be an indication of, but we particularly look at the tachycardia as maybe a flutter or an atrial tachycardia, which is just happening on a focal spot in the right atrium, which is the upper chamber of the heart. Bradycardia is a problem. Bradycardia is where your heart rate slows down so much that you can't function. You're sleeping all the time. You're passed out. There's several things that can happen to you if you have bradycardia. But we try to fix that using pacemakers. What we are doing leadless pacemakers now. They look like little bullets. I wish I had one to show you, but they're little tiny. They're about less than an inch. And we actually put those in. They could be removed. You can actually do it with the atrium and the ventricle now so that they talk to each other and it makes the heart beat in a natural rhythm. And they can be removed and replaced. So it's very, very interesting what's going on now.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
So for electrophysiology, where do you go to school for that? And is it the same as getting a radiology technician degree?
So radiology technologist. I got a degree from OU several years ago, 35 years ago. And it really has, I don't want to say it doesn't have anything to do with electrophysiology because we still do imaging. But a lot of electrophysiology is taught on the job. There's tests that you can take after you learn as much as you think you can learn. You can go in and take what they call the RCEP. So it's a electrophysiology test. And my plan is to hopefully take that in January. And then, but most everything is on the job learning.
Okay, good luck with that test in January. You're gonna knock it out. All right. We have one or two more questions. We only have a minute or two left, so I'm gonna try and get those out for you. When a patient is having a heart attack, do they have fast heartbeats or slow heartbeats?
Either or. Fast heartbeat or slow heartbeat whenever you're having a heart attack. It could be either.
Yeah, it could be either. It depends on the severity of the heart attack and how it's progressed in their body, how fast it's come on or how slow it's come on. There are different physiologies to people getting to the point that they're having a heart attack. Sometimes it's a slow narrowing process to the artery, and sometimes it's a very, very quick one. And depending on how that happens to them, their vitals can be completely different either way. But that's this, and then you just treat the vitals the best you can with the medications and equipment you can to stabilize the patient. But it can switch in the middle of the case. It's not just one or the other. We can go from a very, very high blood pressure to a very, very low blood pressure in less than 60 seconds. In the way that heart attacks actually work.
That is crazy. I didn't know any of that. Jeez. Well, that is all the time we have for our questions. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really do appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Absolutely. Have a great evening or afternoon, I guess. Sometimes the road to becoming a doctor isn't a straight line. It's a journey filled with grit, determination, and heart. Tulsa native Dr. James Neal knows the path well. He began his career as a surgical technologist, juggling multiple jobs while working his way through school. Today, he is a cardiovascular and thoracic surgeon, serving patients right back in his hometown, Green Country. His story is a powerful reminder that with hard work and passion, even the biggest dreams are within reach. Whether you're curious about medicine or just love a good comeback story, this one's for you.
Hi, my name is Jim Neal. I started my healthcare career as a surgical technologist in the operating room, and now I'm a cardiothoracic and vascular surgeon here at Oklahoma Heart Institute. I was born in Tulsa. I grew up out in Bixby, graduated from Union High School a long time ago. Went to college down in Texas and played baseball and goofed off and made pretty poor grades. And then towards the end of my college experience, I really rekindled my desire to go into medicine. And so I moved back home to Tulsa and started 2 jobs and went to school at night and basically did college a second time on my own dime this time. And during that time, I went to Tulsa Technology Center with a joint program with Tulsa Community College as a surgical technologist. And so I worked in the operating room as a surgical technologist and a first assistant for almost 4 years before I started medical school. I went to medical school at the University of Oklahoma for my internship. Did general surgery at the University of Oklahoma here in Tulsa. And then my general surgery residency was down in Shreveport, Louisiana. And from there I moved to Louisville, Kentucky for my cardiothoracic fellowship. And then from there I moved back home. I was in Oklahoma City for a couple of years, then moved down to Norman for a few years, and then back home in Tulsa finally. So happy to be back on my old stomping grounds.
Dreaming of a career in nursing but worried about the cost? The Reach for the Stars Nursing Scholarship Program from SSM Health Oklahoma is here to help you achieve your goals. Let's learn how this program can support your journey into healthcare.
My mom was a big inspiration to me. She became a nurse later in life, and I remember her working nights and going to school. For most of her career, she was a school nurse. I would see the kids come in there and her take their temperature and seeing the smiles on those children's faces. I was like, you know, I want to do something like that.
There is a lot of nursing in my family. My mom is a nurse. My brother is a nurse. And then also, my great-grandmother was a nurse too, but I'm sure nursing school was really different then than it is now. So healthcare was always where I saw myself.
My biggest thing is my kiddo, Drew. He is the reason that I continue with my studies, continue working. Every semester I complete is another semester closer to being able to have that much more time with him. And it's kind of showing him that, like, you can always be working towards something better. You can always be improving yourself.
So this is my grandmother. She's my main reason why I wanted to become the nurse. I actually have a bachelor's in architectural engineering. In my first semester, my grandmother, she ended up having a stroke. The nurses there, despite not being able to understand her or anything, they were very, very helpful in trying to make sure that all of her needs were met. If I'm able to help patients like those nurses helped my grandmother, I felt like I'd be making more of an impact than I would as an engineer.
I found a picture in my parents' house. It was, you know, one of those books that you make in elementary school. And I saw I'd written in there, I want to be a kid's nurse, spelled N-U-R-S. And I just realized that, like, 8-year-old me was right. Like, that's where I needed to go.
Originally, I thought my dream job would be in the OR. And then when I had my first clinical at Saints here in their ICU, it was nonstop. And I liked that pace. It was like controlled chaos, and I was like, I like this.
I've been at St. Anthony for 18 years. I've been in behavioral health the whole time I've been a nurse. I can honestly say there has not been a time where I wake up and feel like I don't want to go to work. When you see these kids, they come in troubled, but to see them interact and to see them smile, I feel like I am making an impact in these children's lives. I want to go further. I enjoy learning. I enjoy teaching people. There are things that I can't do as an LPN that I want to do for the hospital.
I started working as a CNA and fell in love with just the caring of people. So that really developed my passion, just seeing what I could do for somebody. And then once I got my paramedic, I wanted to do more, care more for people, and actually see how our interventions helped long term.
I love helping people. I love making them laugh and smile. And that's one thing that I've really noticed with my patients is that I'm really good at lightening the mood in a room.
People just really want understanding, compassion. I don't know their backstory, but I know that I've been called there to help them at that moment.
Sometimes there aren't words that are going to help them with what they're going through. So sometimes just being a smiling face or being there and holding their hand.
There's no question that St. Anthony has a tremendous commitment to their employees. And the Reach for the Stars program is just one of many examples of the way that we care for our employees and we want to see people succeed.
I've been working for Saints for about 2.5 years. I knew that I wanted to go back to school. When I found out about the scholarship, I thought that might be like a good option for me.
The Reach for the Stars scholarship provides opportunity. It opens up doors for people that have always had a dream of being an RN, but they just couldn't afford it. Well, SSM's given them that opportunity.
Nursing school itself is hard. Even if you have like the money and time for it, it's still hard. And with the scholarship, it's made this entire experience so much easier now that I don't have to worry about the financial burden that it would have placed on me and my parents.
I am very, very thankful for this, not having to worry about that as I go through school.
I've worked at several other facilities as well, but I've truly found a home at St. Anthony. They've really put money and time and effort and manpower into improving their workforce, improving their staff, and it really shows.
It really is special here. People genuinely care about one another, they care about their teams, and so it makes providing this scholarship to SSM employees even that much more special, because at the foundation of who they are, they genuinely care about those who come into our doors to seek care.
I have had a really good time with St. Anthony's. I want to be the best nurse that I can be.
Here I am, going to nursing school final year and hopefully getting my RN, and I'm helping out my hospital. The hospital's helping out me. I get to stay with the hospital that I really, really like.
My son, we were sitting over here, and he looked over and was like, "Dad, I'm really proud of you." That has been a really big motivator through everything.
My mom would be really proud of me right now. I hear her voice. She was always like, "Annie, you need to go back to school." And here I am. I'm doing it.
Oklahoma HOSA's State Leadership Conference is where ambition meets opportunity and students from across the state come together to challenge themselves, cheer each other on, and celebrate everything HOSA stands for. From these intense competitions to inspiring breakout sessions, this conference is packed with moments that push you to grow, lead, and shine. Whether you're here to represent your chapter, learn new career paths, or just soak in the energy of 1,000 future healthcare pros, this is your stage. Let's jump into the action and see how Oklahoma HOSA is building bold leaders for a healthier tomorrow.
Oh hey, did you know there are lots of things at Oklahoma HOSA's SLC this year? Let's test your knowledge to see what kind of events you can do.
Did you know that everyone in attendance will receive a personalized name badge and a polo for competition?
Did you know that there will be 2 blood drives with complimentary snacks?
Did you know that we will have a HOSA store with your favorite merch so you can rep your favorite organization? HOSA.
Did you guys know that there's a silent auction where you can bid on cool items to take home?
Also, the proceeds go to student scholarships, just for you guys. Guys, this is a silent auction.
Did you know that we had NMDB Rally this year? For $10, you can buy a ticket to enter.
Really, Nathan?
And you can buy NMDP shirts.
Wow.
And you can buy additional tickets for games. Woo!
Did you know that a state officer gets slimed this year? The state officer with the most money in their donation bucket will get slimed at the NMDP rally.
Did you know that we have workshops and symposiums at the conference? No need to sit in the hallways when there's plenty of learning opportunities.
Did you know we will have college and career expos with opportunities to learn about next steps with your programs? Did you know 1,200 students will be able to participate in Think Fast Interactive, an interactive game show with trivia where you can win lots of cool prizes? Contestants, for your first question, who is the best state advisor? Smarter!
Did you know that we will have a HOSA dance and dance clinic so that you'll know all the awesome dances?
Did you know that we will have the largest Anatomos tournament in Oklahoma HOSA history with nearly 80 teams competing? So Cross, where's the humorous?
Oh, it's right here.
Did you guys know that there's also a game room where members can network and play games?
Did you know that members can sign up for Courtesy Corp and volunteer for competitive events?
Time's up. Did you know that if you place first through third, you may qualify to go to the International Leadership Conference in Nashville, Tennessee?
Oh, hey, it's you again. Did you know?
We're ready to see you at SLC.
Interested in healthcare? Want to build skills and connect with others who share your passion? HOSA, Future Health Professionals, is the place to start. Let's hear from Oklahoma HOSA state officers about how this organization can help you grow, learn, and lead in the world of healthcare.
Hello everyone, my name is Cross Brown and I am Oklahoma HOSA's 2024 to 2025 Northeastern Vice President. HOSA is an international student-led organization that provides students with the necessary resources that they need to become future health professionals in the world. HOSA is amazing and it's just too much to explain just by me sitting here and talking to you guys. So I thought I'd ask some of my fellow state officers to help us out and explain what HOSA truly is and what it does for these students. It's amazing. So I would like to, without further ado, introduce my fellow state officers to help explain what HOSA is.
Hey everyone, I am Jordan Curvilla, your Oklahoma HOSA state reporter, and I'll never forget my very first fall leadership conference. I walked in and saw so many passionate and driven HOSA members all in one place. It was truly the moment I realized I want to get more involved in HOSA. Watching the state officer elections for the first time really stuck with me, and seeing the elected candidates walk across the stage, I was incredibly inspired to run for office and have the opportunity to express my own opinions. And that's one of the biggest reasons I decided to run. Now, looking back after serving as a state officer, I can say it all started right there at Fall Leadership Conference.
Hey Oklahoma HOSA, it's your Southwest Area Vice President, Corbin Tansley. Oklahoma HOSA SLC is one of my favorite times of the year. It's when everything comes together. The energy, the friends, and the passion for healthcare. SLC gave me the opportunity to grow as a leader, compete in different events, and to be inspired by other healthcare professionals. It's more than just a conference, it's a family, an opportunity, and a memory I'll carry with me forever.
Hello everybody, my name is Logan Rodas. I'm your 2024-2025 HOSA State Officer Chaplain this year. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about why HOSA's Camping Night is my favorite HOSA activity. Something super special about Camping Night was being able to have a small group. Getting to know members on a deeper level, going through different activities, playing kickball, putting together a mock rock. It just helped us bond on a deeper level that you don't really get to do at every event. And I can confidently say, coming into Camping Night, we were just a small group, but leaving Camping Night, we were a family. And that's something that you don't get to say about every event. Our camp director, Mr. Shane Brashear, says, Give me 50 hours of your time and you'll change somebody's life for 50 years. And I think the best thing about Camp Ignite is confidently saying that we changed and ignited leaders for the next 50 years.
Hi, I'm Patia David, your Northwest Region Vice President. In HOSA, one of the fun things you get to do is so many opportunities to do things like lab work that go along with our competitions and make us better, like biotechnology. Another fun thing that I've gotten to do through HOSA is go to Colorado, where we met so many state officers and so many great people who just enjoy the healthcare field and want to be better leaders for the future.
Hi, my name is Adriana Doe, and I'm the Southeast Region Vice President for Oklahoma HOSA. I joined HOSA because I wanted to surround myself with people who are passionate about healthcare and leadership. It has truly given me so many opportunities to grow. One of my favorite experiences has been attending the International Leadership Conference, ILC. ILC was incredible. I got to meet host members from all over the world, trade pins with people from different states and different countries, and take parts in interactive workshops that gave me hands-on experiences in healthcare and leadership. I also loved competing in my events and getting inspired by the speakers and sessions. ILC really showed me how big and supportive the HOSA family is, and it motivated me to keep pushing myself as a future health professional. I'm so thankful for everything HOSA has given me, and I can't wait to continue my journey.
Thank you guys so much for explaining all those HOSA events. I am so excited just thinking about all these events coming up. I cannot wait. But now we've explained what HOSA events do. Now we need to explain what HOSA does to you. Please help me welcome some more of my fellow state officers and as they explain what HOSA did for them and how it changed their lives.
Hello, my name is Nathan Sweetman, and I am your Central Regional Vice President for Oklahoma HOSA. A person who inspired me to go through my walk through HOSA is Victoria. The first year I went, I was kind of put into HOSA without really knowing it, and I didn't really assert myself into HOSA. But after Camp Ignite, I got to see Victoria, which was a state officer last year, and she talked about her experience and how she was shy and how she pushed through that to become a leader. That really gave me the confidence to become a leader and to even run for state office. After that, I really asserted myself into HOSA and really gave it my all.
I chose HOSA because it is more than just an organization. It's a place where I found family, friendship, and a community that believes in me. HOSA has given me opportunities to grow not only as a student, but also as a leader and as a future health professional. It has taught me the importance of service, the power of perseverance, and the confidence to use my voice to make a difference. I chose HOSA because it inspires me to lead with compassion and integrity, and because it challenges me to be better every day. In the words of Nick Ballard, you're not just preparing for the future of healthcare, you are the future of healthcare. And the world is watching, waiting, depending on the difference you're going to make. I chose HOSA because it empowers us as members to be champions of change, people who step up, speak out, and create lasting impact in our schools, communities, and beyond.
Wow, I'm not crying, you're crying. That was truly inspirational to hear. HOSA really does change lives. Now, if you're interested in starting a chapter or want any more information, I'm going to let our 2024 to 2025 Oklahoma HOSA State President give you some information about how to help that. Take it away, Hunter.
For those of you who are wanting to get plugged into a HOSA chapter, all you need to do is find your local advisor, get plugged into the program, and then your leadership opportunities can expand. If you don't have a local chapter in your area, all you need to do is find 5 interested members, and then somebody who will represent you as a local advisor. Once you have checked these boxes off, all you need to do is reach out to the Oklahoma State Advisor at Amy Warner at careertech.ok.gov.
Thank you guys so much for listening to us talk about what HOSA is. I'm so excited to possibly see some of you in the future at our HOSA events and how we can change students together in the process. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something. I hope you sign up for HOSA, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much from all of Oklahoma HOSA state officers to you.
All right. Hi, Laura. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Sorry, we're trying to
work with the sound here. Let me see if that's better.
Is that better?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, put me on mute. Okay.
Now we can't hear you. Yeah. Well, give us just a second. Technical difficulties. Is that
Let's
better?
try now.
Ah, that's a lot better.
Okay.
Thanks for
well,
joining us,
I
Lara.
can't hear you though. That's the only problem.
Oh no.
Oops.
Oh no.
Where? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes. Thank you so
yay.
much.
Okay, great.
Oh my goodness. That just took 2 minutes of my time.
It happens. You know, we got
I
these technical
know.
issues.
Doggone it. Well, I wanted to, I'm here today to take the place of Amy Warner, who is our HOSA State Advisor. She is off with students in Washington, D.C., and they are enjoying our Washington Leadership Academy right now. And then she will be part of HOSA, the State Advisors Management Conference that follows that event. So it's a really great opportunity for our state officers. It's kind of a bonus trip that they get if they did everything they were supposed to do. So I have some information, just some basic information about HOSA if you think students might like to hear.
Yeah, we've got a lot of interested students in the chat. I'm happy to either read the questions to you or if you just want to read it off to us.
Okay, well, I'll tell you some of the things that I think they're going to be asking. I'm just guessing here, but probably people want to know who can join and how do I start a chapter? So HOSA is available for middle school from 6th grade all the way to post-secondary students. So that means collegiates, and many times in our CareerTech programs, we have students that might even be adults in their 30s, 40s, 50s. So it's really open to anyone interested in a health career. And to start a chapter, all you need is 5 members and an advisor. So it is not hard to do, just like Hunter said in the video. It's you can contact Amy Warner and she will get you that information. All you have to do is go to okhosa.org and all her information is on that site. So one of the things that students will experience in HOSA, you had great information from those HOSA state advisors. They're pretty funny kids. But some of the great things that you get to do if you have a HOSA chapter is we try and round it out where there are opportunities for leadership, for professional development, for social activities. Everyone needs a good party now and then, and service learning. So going and providing community service is a huge part of what we do with HOSA. And the other thing I wanted to share is at State Leadership Conference, there are so many different types of competitions that are out there. There are over, we're at 100 different competitions that we offer in a 2-day span of conference. So it's very go, go, go. We have competitions like written tests for students that may not want to do something in live in person. There are individual events specifically that teach you about health professions. There are group events that lots of fun, things like career health display and health education. There's all sorts of emergency events, things like CPR, first aid, and so on. And my favorite are teamwork events, because those are the things that really exemplify what healthcare is all about. I think we learned that today, that if we are not, that none of those people we visited with work alone. They all work in a team. So it's really great opportunities.
Laura, before you sign off, can you just give us, what does HOSA stand for?
Sure. HOSA is actually used to stand for something else, but I'm not even going to tell you what it stood for. We call it HOSA Future Health Professionals now. So it is all encompassing, and it's kind of like FFA is no longer Future Farmers of America. They're the FFA. And so we are the HOSA, Future Health Professionals.
Thank you so much, Laura. That's really great information. And we really hope some of you guys reach out and join HOSA.
Please do. Thanks for all your work, Grace.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Laura. Thank you all for being a part of the first ever Healthcare Explore Oklahoma Career Expo. Explore Healthcare Oklahoma Career Expo. It's been an incredible day of learning, connecting, and discovering the many exciting opportunities available in the healthcare across our state. We're so grateful to our amazing coalition of partners, the Oklahoma Hospital Association, the Oklahoma Career Tech, HOSA, Youth Medical Mentorship, and the Oklahoma Center for Nursing, the Oklahoma Healthcare Workforce Training Commission, and hospitals from across Oklahoma for making this event possible. A special thank you goes out to the educators and school administrators who helped bring students here today. Your support is essential in guiding the next generation towards meaningful and impactful careers. And students, thank you for showing up with curiosity and enthusiasm. We hope today sparked new ideas and inspired you to explore the many paths available in healthcare. Whether you're interested in patient care, technology administration, or research, there's a place for you in this vital and growing field. Keep asking questions, keep exploring, and remember, your future in healthcare starts now. This entire event and individual sessions will be made available on the OHA Explore Healthcare site next week. That's the Oklahoma Healthcare Association, Oklahoma Hospital Association website. So be sure to check back and revisit your favorite moments or catch anything you may have missed. Thanks again for joining us, and we hope to see you at future events.